to World of Watches TV. My name is Megan.
And I'm Wiley.
And we are so excited to have you guys joining us today. Now, there's going to be two different groups of people, right? There are going to be those of you out there who have been viewers for a very long time, so you know a bit about what we do here at World of Watches TV. But then for those of you who are brand new, who have never seen our faces before, isn't he a handsome devil?
Thank you.
We have such an exciting show for you. So what we do here at World of Watches TV, we are a part of WorldofWatches.com, which is one of the largest websites in the world on all the interwebs for buying watches. And we have quite an eclectic mix. We've got $30 watches up to $30,000 watches. And World of Watches TV with Wiley and I is a great example of everything in between. And that's what we're going to do today and tomorrow, is bring you 3 hours of incredible deals and huge savings.
If you're a watch collector, we have your watch waiting for you. Or maybe you're just the person passing by and you just happen to need a watch, whether for yourself or as a gift. You're going to shop with confidence with us. We're not just like those other guys out there that sell online. We are watch makers. We are watch designers. This company is all about watches, and it's exclusively what we do. You're also going to find some of the best prices on the planet. In fact, we'll guarantee it. And good news, you don't have to look for a coupon for shipping. We always pay for shipping.
Now, every single item that you'll see is not only discounted, but also can be purchased using stress-free payments. Now, for today and tomorrow, you will have 5 and 6 stress-free payments to choose from. It will be decided for each watch. Now, 6 is actually the maximum that we here can offer. And you'll notice that a lot, especially on our super high-end items. So a lot of the items that you'll see today and tomorrow include Breitling. We have Zenith, LUMINOX, tons of Swiss-made watches. And then we've got Michael Kors, our own brands like LUCIEN, PICCARD, and Swiss Legend. So there is truly something for everyone. And then you also have the option of using that interest-free payment plan. And here's the thing. We do not consider that. That's not a layaway. We will actually ship you your purchases for free after you make that first initial payment. And you do have until Sunday night, Eastern Standard Time, to get these deals with the payments. However, the only caveat, as we will see and will show you, things tend to sell out. So if you see something during the show and you like it, you want to just jump on it and get it. Lock it in with the lowest price and the option of the stress-free payments. Because as we tend to see every single show, things really do sell out fast. So we don't want anybody to miss anything.
You will shop with confidence. Remember, those are stress-free, interest-free payments. All you have to do is put it on a credit card. You can't use a debit card. It does have to be a credit card. But you're shopping with confidence in the fact that we're going to guarantee the lowest price. And if you are not happy with your purchase, or for whatever reason it's not exactly like we're describing it, you can send it back. You'll get every penny back, and we'll even pay for shipping for it to come back to us.
All right, we're going to jump into a preview now and give you a sample of what you can find in our first of 3 hours together. Kicking things off, EBEL for the ladies. Item number is 284279. This is the X1, a Swiss-made luxury brand like EBEL. This watch retails for $2,500. Now, it's a true classic size. It's about that 34-35 millimeter case. As I say every show, a silver tone watch is a wardrobe staple, ladies. It is like the little black dress of your watch collection. Here, it is a Swiss-made watch. Not just a Swiss-made watch, you have an in-house modified freehand quartz movement. Date complication at the 6 o'clock, position. $800 is your price, down from $2,500. But then here we go with those stress-free payments. Your first payment of $160. We're going to package this and ship it to you brand new in its original packaging. 284279, the X1 from EBEL.
Right behind that, one of our favorite brands is LUMINOX. Now, LUMINOX is one of those watches that when it came on the scene in 1989, no one knew that they were going to take the watch industry by storm. It's an all Swiss-made watch, and 9 times out of 10, you're going to have a Swiss Ronda movement in that watch. Here with this 3-hand configuration, you can see the hour, the minute, continuously operating sweep hand, and a date complication at the 3 o'clock position. You have this incredible deep dive automatic. Now, this is a value because LUMINOX is a price-protected brand, easily paying that $2,000 in a retail store. But here's a watch that doesn't just meet the criteria of 200 meters of water resistance to be a dive watch. It is 500 100 meters of water resistance and that unirotating bezel. Along with all the other goodies that are on that watch, well, we can't wait to present it to you in person. Only $899, and you can do it on that stress-free payment of only $180. That's your first of 5. Remember, there's no interest on that, and we'll pay for shipping. 285611 for the LUMINOX Deep Dive. Right behind that is going to be a classic SEIKO. Now, this stainless steel watch is absolutely beautiful. This is a classic dress watch, and what you're going to see when we present it to you live is how ultra thin this watch is on the wrist. Believe it or not, one of the most recognized names in the watch world since 1924 is going to be SEIKO, and you can get the watch for under $65. It's a classic quartz movement, going to be reliable and accurate to within 10 seconds per month. You have that 3-hand configuration with a date complication, and even though it's a dress watch, 100 meters of water resistance. Maybe you're going on vacation, going on a cruise, and you want a watch that looks great not only at the captain's table, but poolside. Well, you're going to love this classic SEIKO dress watch, 273036.
And something classic and very elegant from Rotary, 236757. Here you are looking at an automatic movement inside a Swiss-made watch. Now, yes, for $180, not only will you get a Swiss-made watch, you get an automatic 21-joule movement with the open heart complication. Folks, this is a watch value that is astonishing, and we are so excited to be able to present it to you. A Swiss-made watch, most of the time you'll never find for $180, but to have it in that automatic with the open heart complication, in a classic dress style, in a conservative 42mm case, this is something that everyone needs to consider if you are looking for a high-end watch. Now, every time Rotary does a Swiss-made watch, they also give you a sapphire crystal. You'll also have an exhibition crystal on the case back to view that beautiful Swiss-made movement. And did you ever think you could afford something like this and just put $36 down on any major credit card? That right there is the beauty of what we do here from the L'Original collection from Rotary, item number 236757.
That is such a beautiful watch, and people, they love looking at open heart configurations, but to actually own one at that price point is incredible. Speaking of something at a great price point, look at this Michael Kors watch. Every time folks find out that Megan and I do the show and have any connection with watches, what do they ask for? Michael Kors. And the Blair Crystal chronograph is absolutely stunning. Both Megan and I, when we're out shopping, we tend to peek our head in the doors at jewelry stores, whether it's Michael Kors name brand store or one of the other jewelry stores at the mall, just to see if our price points are correct. Here's a list price of $295 for this Michael Kors watch. People were lined up for them. The $206 wow price is phenomenal, but look at this, under $180 for a watch with those beautiful crystals all the way around the bezel as well as on the lugs. You're going to swear they're diamonds. They're genuine crystals on there, and it's going to save you a fortune because it looks like it costs thousands, but for under $180, a beautiful ladies Michael Kors watch. We'll present that live in just a moment. We want you to see it, and I'm sure you're going to want to get that one home.
Now, speaking of Michael Kors watches, I went for a Michael Kors for my hot pick. 257139, the Carry Crystal. Now, I went with something a little bit more sparkly, but a smaller size overall. This is actually a 37mm Michael Kors, which is funny because if you think about Michael Kors watches or ladies who own Michael Kors watches, most of the time they can be these really big, oversized designs. But here you'll notice we went with something a little bit more petite. And that's what I love about this. This is the kind of Michael Kors watch that is office appropriate. It's date night approved. It is also age appropriate for everyone because the size at 37mm isn't too big. It's not cumbersome at all on the wrist. It's nice and easy to wear. But when you look inside that dial, to me, this is where the superstar is. This is why this watch looks so high-end. Now, your actual dial is a genuine mother of pearl. Mother of pearl being unique and made in nature, no two dials will ever look alike. What's amazing about that is we could take 10 of this exact watch collection, line them up next to each other, and each mother of pearl dial would look slightly different. Now, what really struck me beyond the mother of pearl dial is the crystal design. What they've done is they've done an inner dial ring of crystals, and then emanating from there what look like the rays of a sun. But there are actually 12 of them, so of course they are placed where your hour markers are. So you've got crystals set in this beautiful sun shape, but also function as your hour markers. When you move outwards to your actual bezel, more crystals set in 2 rings there, and then even more crystals that go about 1/3 of the way down either side of the rose tone bracelet. This is your blinged out everyday watch. Now again, I call it the everyday watch because if you remember a few moments ago, the watch that Wiley mentioned in the preview, that Michael Kors is a little bit bigger. It's weightier. Maybe there are certain things you have to coordinate with that Michael Kors. But something like this, I have it paired with a simple sundress. This would look fabulous with a blazer for the office. You can see it's low profile enough to where if you're sitting typing at a computer, it's not going to get in the way. And it's comfortable. It's lightweight. It's easy to wear. Now let's talk about the price for a moment. A $275 price for a Michael Kors. Well, it might seem a bit expensive, but for those of us who shop retail or know about retail, you know that when you buy a name brand like Michael Kors, you can expect to pay. With us, though, we don't care about that. We care about bringing you the best price, the highest value. So we've taken over $100 off that price until Sunday at midnight, but we're also giving you 5 months to pay it off. So you are just a hair above $1 a day. You could not walk into that department store at the mall and say, I'd like to get that Michael Kors watch on payments, and I'd like to save about, 40%. But with us, that's exactly what you can do. That is why we are so excited to be able to offer you name brands like Michael Kors. And stick around because we will have more Michael Kors. We've got Glam Rock. We have so many designer brands coming up on the show today. 257-139, my hot pick from Michael Kors.
If you were going out on the town in that watch, I would have to wear this one.
That's right, you would.
Because this is not going to have all the bling and sparkle to it, but it's going to have the name that's certainly going to carry its weight. Everyone knows the name Breitling. It's just one of those watches that has truly a weight and a name in the watch industry that is very, very well respected. In fact, it's considered one of those pinnacle pieces. Maybe it might be the nicest watch in your collection. Now, for some folks, this might just be your everyday watch. That's wonderful. Or maybe this is going to be the one you're aspiring to have. The moment you get the packaging, you realize you've got something special. Now, in just the moments we have, by the way, everything that we're selling on the show, everything that we're presenting to you is going to be brand new. Now, our website does have a section for
certified pre-owned.
And those are something we can talk to you about a little bit later
Absolutely.
on the program. But everything you're seeing right now is brand new. And, it did not take long when I walked in to look into the box and go, oh, yeah, it's going to be a Breitling today.
But what's so amazing is you think about it, and we do have incredible pre-owned watches on our website. We would always encourage you guys to check out our website every day, sign up for our newsletters, because even though we're out here on the show twice a week, there are sales and flash sales and deals that happen every single day. But what's so great is you would think by getting this Breitling for nearly 50% off, that surely, it must be a gently used watch. It must be a certified pre-owned. But oh no, 100%
It is brand new. All the packaging, all the certification, all the warranty. You have to understand that being the largest seller of Swiss watches in North America and the 4th largest seller in the world, we have a little bit of buying power. If you ever wonder how such large companies can do certain things at incredibly low prices, they have buying power. Well, we do too. And we certainly can present this to you at the lowest price possible. Look at the profile on that watch. Is that not just gorgeous? By the way, you're looking at the Breitling Chronomat 44. Now, one of my favorite watches to present on the show is the Chronomat 41. This is the larger brother of that. And of course, it has the Breitling B04 movement, which is the Breitling B01 with a GMT. That's right, this watch has a secondary time zone. So you not only have the hour, the minute, and you have your continuously operating sweep hand as a small seconds in the 9 o'clock position. You also have this little hand right here, which is going to give you your secondary time zone. Once you set it, it can be set for any time in the world. Maybe you have somebody across the country or across the globe. You can know what time it is at a glance. And of course, Breitling has a bi-directional bezel on there. They certainly love aviation, and this is an aviation style watch. So you're going to have that bi-directional bezel. Sapphire crystal, all Swiss made, 200 meters of water resistance in this watch, 47 joule automatic. The watch is stunning all the way around. I'm going to slip this on my wrist so you can see how a 44 millimeter looks on there. I like the 41, but there is a weight to this. There's a swagger to this. And it doesn't just look good in daylight, it also looks good at night too. So when you're, after you're done having this great watch in the office, maybe you're heading out to dinner, heading to the theater, just a glance down at the wrist and you're knowing you're still wearing a Breitling.
I was reading something recently about Breitling that they really are credited with being the first luxury brand that popularized so-called busy dials, or dials that have a lot going on them. Because to me, I love a sport luxury style like this, especially when I see a man wearing a dress watch like a Breitling or an Omega, something that sort of plays both lines between the office and the weekend. And I didn't know that Breitling was really credited as being the first brand to make, you know, more sporty watches office appropriate.
Well, and I think it is. The name has elevated it. If you think about something like Mercedes, their automobiles in Europe, I mean, it's everything from taxi cabs to
I know, I've been in
trucks.
Germany when your cabs are Mercedes.
But here, they have held that name as being, you know, a luxury manufacturer. Breitling could have just been considered that workhorse watch that's a great dive watch or a great aviation watch. But they've also elevated the watchmaker's craft to the point where it's considered a luxury watch, and certainly some of the ones that are in 18-karat gold that we have.
Oh, I love
You've got to
those.
check our website, folks. We have so many wonderful watches, and this certainly is one of them. $10,000, you better believe it, day in and day out. $7,995. What a bargain against the retail price. But the secret, and if you're just joining us, you've just discovered it. The lowest price possibles are right here at the show, $5,499.99. Now, should our website, in all of its magic and wisdom, drop the price any lower than that while the show's going on, you still get that lowest price. So please know that we're here for you, and for $916, that may seem like a lot, but against the 10 grand, not so much. 6 stress-free payments. At $916 is all it takes to get this watch home. We'll send it out the very next business day, and it will be in your home, and then 5 more payments and it's yours. 282589 will get you the Breitling Chronomat 44.
You know what's cool about the GMT on that is you could set it to be the military equivalent of your currently displayed hours using that 24-hour range.
Oh yeah,
my
that would be
girlfriend
so
that lives
cool.
in Tel Aviv, like their time over there, they do a 24-hour clock, not a 12-hour clock.
Oh, that's right.
Isn't
Yeah.
that interesting? It took her a while to like get comfortable and remember, you know, telling time like that, having grown up over here.
I've got friends all over the world. You're talking to somebody in
incredibly
Africa the other
international,
day,
I'm
and
incredibly
Israel.
international.
I'm going to hang with you more often.
284-279. Let's go international. Back to Switzerland with EBEL. EBEL is known, the company, as the architects of time. And what's amazing about EBEL watches, and here you see a 34 millimeter, a classic conservative lady size. It really is that great mid-range size. You see a silver tone watch like this and you think, all right, nice, easy to wear, monochromatic, goes with everything. But what you get when you have an EBEL watch are watches that they really go all the way into every single detail. And that's what makes them so special. That's how you know you've got something of such high-end quality. Now this 34 millimeter features a 3-hand quartz movement inside, of course, Swiss made. When you look into your dial, you'll notice that you've got a combination of Arabic numerals and stick hour markers. Then your little date window at the 6 o'clock position. Bezel, unidirectional rotating bezel. It has that luxury diver look to it, something that's really been popularized for about 10 years or so with a lot of watches. This is something that's sort of much like that Breitling, except a bit more simplified in its design, can play that range between being your everyday watch. You wear it to the office, you wear it on the weekends. And again, as I mentioned in the preview, a silver tone watch like this is a wardrobe staple, ladies. I'm wearing a silver tone watch right now. It is like my little black dress for my watch wardrobe, and it's a Swiss legend that we're actually presenting some of in just a little bit. But a watch like this, it just goes with everything. As you mature, the style will just keep maturing with you. Now you can see how this plays. I have a 6-inch wrist, nice average size lady's wrist. 34 millimeters takes up a nice bit of real estate, but it's not big, it's not bulky, it's not cumbersome on the wrist. It is a true, easy-to-wear watch every single day. But there's something about feeling a Swiss-made watch that when you put it on, you just know. Going back to talking about luxury cars, sure. If you think about all cars, they all have 4 wheels, seats, steering wheels, all of that. But you obviously know when you're in a high-end luxury car how it just feels a little bit different. That's what this is. You put it on the wrist and it just feels like it's got a little bit of something extra. Now what's amazing is your wallet is not going to feel that, because the $2,500 price, that's what retail charges. With us, a brand new X1 EBEL is $800. Now, for some of you, and I would put myself in this group, $800 right now, maybe that's a little bit too much to think about. You've got other bills, other things coming up. That's what the stress-free payment option is for, and that is why I truly believe it is one of the best ways to shop with luxury. Everything on the show today and tomorrow will be either 5 or 6 stress-free payments. So we have really maxed out the value here as much as we possibly could. So if you can afford, let's say $100 to $200 a month on your watch hobby, right? On things that you treat yourself with. Don't get a couple of watches for $160. Instead, use it as your stress-free payment, because that $160 a month affords you a $2,500 Swiss-made watch. And as is the beauty of World of Watches, we're going to ship this to you after your first payment. So you don't have to wait 5 months to get the watch. You'll get it after your first payment. Item number is 284279, the X1 from EBEL.
Inspired by the Miami lifestyle is glam rock. And here, the racetrack is certainly, well, in the fast lane. It's one of those watches, the moment you look at it, you realize you're ready to go somewhere. And I think this watch looks fantastic, whether it's the piston-style pushers that you're seeing for the chronograph, or it is that large, easy-to-read. It almost looks military-esque, but it certainly is pulling from the racing industry, where you need to know your need for speed at just a glance. It's one of the watches that you're going to love because look at the price point. Not having to pay that $800 or $900, but for under $150, you're getting a lot of style, certainly for a watch that, you know, in department stores is going to cost you so much more. Pause for a moment and look. What you have is a 3-hand configuration right there. Now, this is a large case at 47 millimeters, but the watch, when you see it on the wrist, is completely comfortable. The hour, the minute, and then you have a small seconds right here at the 6 o'clock position. That's always running. Notice you have another sweep hand that's locked into the 12 o'clock position. Simply hitting that pusher is going to start. And notice it's piston style. That's certainly an homage to the racing industry. Start, stop, and there is your reset right there. It looks incredible. The watch really has a great profile. You notice the contrast between the brushed finished with that gold plating and then the high mirror polish in the center links. It looks incredible. Now, it also has a dual push button, dual deployant on there, and notice that plating is all the way around, even on the deployant. But as we slip the watch on, you're going to be able to see that it really has a great fit, even though it's 47 millimeters. Remember that. I want you to take a look at the watch on my 6 3/4 inch wrist and realize it's really a good fit.
You know, glam rock watches, it's fun to be presenting these. When I first started working here, almost 3 years ago, we were presenting glam rock watches all the time. And they're so popular because much like Michael Kors watches or Techno Marine, these are watches that are sold in department stores. So people see these watches under the glass at the department store and they think, oh, I love the watch, but almost $1,000, it's a lot of money.
That's a lot. I mean, seriously.
But here, 150. Look at the stress-free payments. $37.
Folks, if you're just taking a peek and wondering what stress-free payment is, if you have a credit card and you put $37.50 on there, we'll send you the watch. We'll pay for shipping and we'll send you the watch the first business day. Then you only have 3 more payments after that. And look at the silver edition.
Wow, your wrist is so much less hairy this time. This is actually my 6-inch wrist, of course, but I wanted to prove the point, as Wiley just did with the 47 millimeter Glam Rock. Look how it plays on a 6-inch wrist. Glam Rock watches are so incredibly curved. They are so comfortable to wear, even the bigger ones. Now, we transitioned here to the silver tone. You can see that this one's got the black dial, the black bezel insert with the tachymeter scale on there. But then notice just a few accents of blue anodized aluminum. I also noticed that the top pusher at the 2 o'clock, your start and stop, notice how it's a little bit more prominent than your 4 o'clock pusher, your reset pusher. Just little details like that. It's also cool that your chronograph is all reflected at the 12 o'clock one, your stopwatch.
That's an homage to a piston. You know, when pistons in cars, one goes up, one goes down, it's giving you it's the racetrack look. It's kind of that almost automotive or engine style.
That's cool.
Yeah, I thought, first thing I saw when I saw the gold one was, that's really cool, they've done that.
Screwed in case back, you can see all these detail works. I like that they did the matte bead blasted finish. Again, as Wiley said, giving you that automotive design. And notice that you even have an anti-reflective coating over the crystal. Nice little feature there. 280927 for the silver tone and black. Now we go from racing inspired to a deep diver from Swiss-made LUMINOX. We love LUMINOX on the shows, and we know how much our viewers love LUMINOX as well. And this is no exception. It's a big watch. It's only 44 millimeters, but I think because of a lot of the extras on it, it's just got such a powerful presence.
Okay, when I picked this watch up, I knew it had to be a deep dive.
Yeah.
I mean, Megan, just reach over here and just feel the weight on this just for a second and then realize...
Oh yeah, you know, it's a big watch.
Well, there is some heft to it. That's because as the deep diver, it's not just 200 meters of certification on this watch, but there are 500 meters of certification for the depth of the watch. That is remarkable. That's why the watch has a little bit more thickness to it, a little bit more weight. It's one of the watches that you know is built not just for above the surface but below, all the way down to the built-in automatic helium release valve that's on the side of the watch. Now when you look into the dial, you realize easy to read and there's a lot of lume on here. In fact, if you'll notice each of these little tubes right here, there's 3 here, one at each of the hour markers, and then also on the hour and minute hand, as well as the sweep hand. Those are tiny little tubes filled with tritium. That's an illuminated gas, self-illuminated, never needs electricity or power or even another light source, constantly glowing 24 hours a day. That with that great rotator bezel and the anti-reflective sapphire crystal on here, absolutely gorgeous. Now this has the at a 28-24 movement in it. The case is 44 millimeters. And it's in a kind of a tonneau shape. Certainly the bezel is round. If you look at the case itself, it's in a classic tonneau shape. And the case is going to wear a little bit larger because you certainly have this crown protector right here that if you're diving, the last thing you want is anything to damage the internal workings of the watch. So you have a protector over there to keep water out and to protect that crown. Of course, you have the diver's seal on the back. Absolutely an incredible watch. You're not paying $2,000. Is it worth it? Well, if your life depended on it, you better believe it. $1,650. That's the wow price, and we are delighted with that. But look at the price that we're offering the watch. $899 for a price-protected brand, all Swiss-made watch. That is phenomenal. That's why last week and every week since I've been here, and I know all the time you've been here, people buy LUMINOX. They look for them. We recognize them out in the wild. But when you can get it at this price, would you ever pay retail for a LUMINOX?
No, I wouldn't pay retail. Anytime I meet somebody or have a friend that tells me something like, oh yeah, I've been looking for a watch, I jump down their throat like, no, don't buy a watch without talking to me first, please. Don't pay retail.
And you're right about how this wears. It wears just a little bit larger because you feel the heft of the watch because of the protection that's built into it for its water resistance. But it also looks great. You notice how, let's see if I can turn that just right. Notice how the lugs are sweeping down on the wrist so that this wraps around my 6 3/4 inch wrist. Megan has only a 6-inch wrist.
That's right.
But you're going to see how these watches fit on there. So whether you're a gentleman or a lady, it's going to fit just right. Whether you are big or small, it does not matter. And there's a generous amount of strap so that if you were, say, wearing this daily as just your everyday watch, it's going to fit. But you also have enough room if you have a wetsuit on that this is going to go around. It has double keepers on there, so regardless if you have just a little bit or a lot to run through, it's going to hold it in place, and you're going to love that. Megan, you have another variety of this watch?
I have a little bit of a different variation. So you can see Wiley's dial. Notice the hour markers there, a little bit more unique, right? The watch that I've got on is another one of the Swiss-made automatic LUMINOX watches. It's also a 44 millimeter, but the dial itself, you'll notice, has more of the traditional luxury dive look. Between the circles, the stick hour markers, that's more of the traditional luxury diver dial. This is the one that Wiley just had on, the one in my hand here. This is the one that we've got offering right now. Different item numbers. Now the watches are actually, in essence, the same watch. 44 millimeter cases, same Swiss ETA 2824, automatic movement inside, date window at the 3 o'clock position, the oversized locking crown guard. But again, to reiterate what Wiley said, I have a 6-inch wrist. It wraps around really, really well. One feature that I love, notice the triple tang buckle and strap here. According to LUMINOX, not only does this give you a more secure fit on the wrist, because they do take themselves very seriously with this deep dive, but also, and I want to take it off so I can show you, the buckle is supposed to be reminiscent of King Trident's trident. Is that what it's called?
Absolutely.
So that right there, the king of the sea, Ariel's daddy.
Poseidon.
Which is a Poseidon, I don't know.
Poseidon.
It's supposed to be King Trident's trident right there. Can you see it? Just a cool little feature, guys. The more you know for the water cooler. 285-613, 285-613, $900 or 5 payments of $180. Now, because we are extremists, we always like to go from one look to the next. So we go from taking you to the boat to the boardroom now.
Oh, good transition
Thank
on
you.
that.
I'm
I
working
really
on
like
those,
that.
right?
Everyone knows the name Citizen. Both Seiko and Citizen, when it comes to Japanese watches, have certainly made their mark in the world. And Citizen actually goes back even before Seiko. Seiko may have opened their jewelry store in 1881, but they didn't come up with their first watch until 1924. Citizen had their first watch in 1918. They're coming up to their 100-year anniversary. That's remarkable. And the fact that you're getting this perpetual calendar chronograph at a fraction of the price. Now, here's something that, now, Megan, you and I both know this. Anytime that we put any of the Citizen watches, whether it is the Skyhawk, the Navahawk, the Echo Drive Pro Master Diver, or the Altachrom, or the World Timer, all of those watches sell even if they don't even make it to the show.
That's true.
Because people know the price point. It's a great watch, $400. I don't want to pay $400. Maybe it's not the right timing. But suddenly they look at our price and go, you've got to be kidding. These are brand new in the box. Everything is exactly as you would buy in the department store except for the price. And we're going to pay for shipping, so you don't even have to add the shipping into that. You are getting a watch with a lot of functionality. The perpetual calendar certainly is exactly as stated. The calendar is, rarely will you ever have to reset this. And as you come, do we have the ability to come any closer on this one? This maybe just a little bit as I'm moving it closer to the camera. You can see you not only have the hour hand, the minute hand, and you have a continuously operating sweep hand, but you also have a sweep hand locked in for the chronograph function. You have an alarm function on the watch, and a variety of other functionality within here that's going to give it that $415 price point, except you're not having to pay that. And to have all of that within this ultra slim line, really kind of luxury or dress watch feel, all the way down to that leather strap and that beautiful dial. Now, one of the things you're going to love about this watch may seem very simple. The Echo Drive that Citizen has in their watch, 80% of their watches have it. You'll never have to buy a battery. All of this functionality, all of the electronics in this watch, you'll never have to buy a battery. There's a titanium lithium-ion power cell within the watch that will take light from any source, whether it is from the room here, the studio lights, whether I'm outside, whether it's incandescent, fluorescent, LED. It takes the light, converts it to energy, stores it in the titanium lithium-ion power cell. You will never have to open the back of this to change that battery. That's a perk. Now, the watch only doesn't look good just in daylight. Look at the lume on this.
I love that blue.
Isn't that beautiful?
You know what's also amazing about this? It's not only a 200-meter professional grade diver in the sense that you could actually wear this diving, but it's a titanium case. This is a titanium watch for $250.
Super lightweight. I should have had you pick this watch up just to see what you thought. The moment you pick it up, there's this watch and one of the Seikos that we have, and maybe one of the Mont Blancs, have just some contrast in how they've polished their metal on the watch. And it really has a look that looks expensive. I mean, that's just, I don't know how else to describe it.
I love the color combination here with the black dial and the brown strap.
I love how the dial, the bezel, and the case are just slightly different in color and material that it stands out. You can tell, and even all the way down to the sub-dials are different than the dial. And I think that's because the sub-dials are made of the material that allow the light to penetrate. Absolutely comfortable on the wrist. I love the contrasting stitching on there. It really does pop against those Arabic numerals that you see on the dial. Comfortable all the way around. There's still a reasonable, generous amount of strap there that if you have a much larger wrist, and notice you can cinch it down even tighter. I have a 6 3/4 inch wrist. It looks great. $415, no way. $290, well, that's a very good price. We're proud of that one. But for the show, $249.99. Only $50 to get this home. That's right. That's your first of 5 stress-free payments, 73984. Don't let the Citizen Perpetual Calendar get away from you. Go ahead and look it up on the internet. Google a little bit. You're going to come back because we're even going to pay for shipping on this one, and we want it to be on your wrist in just a few days.
All right, well, coming over to something very pretty, very sparkly for the ladies. Lucien PICCARD is a brand owned by our parent company. Now, many of you might know Lucien PICCARD, as this is actually a brand that has been around for over 90 years. It is now under the umbrella of our parent company, and as Wiley and I sort of teased last week on the show when we were able to wear some new prototype watches, our company has some very, very exciting things in store this year, not just for all of our own brands, but specifically for what's coming out with Lucien PICCARD. So I think in the next couple of months, there's going to be a lot of really exciting things to share with you viewers out there who love Lucien PICCARD. And what's so wonderful is you get a watch that offers so much value. And you think to yourself, well, $50, what could $50 possibly get me? Because most of us are trained thinking of retail, thinking of those little kiosks in the mall or in those department stores where you see a $50 watch, it's costume jewelry. What could you really be getting, right? You have to remember that when you purchase a watch like Lucien PICCARD, like this Montvillan from us, we are the manufacturers, the distributors, the designers. So you are almost purchasing factory direct. So the list price of $400, you better believe it. You have 316L surgical grade steel here. You have Austrian crystals in the bezel and for all of your hour markers set to look like diamonds. This is a watch that you will wear on the wrist, and it will far exceed your expectations. If you've never shopped with us before at World of Watches TV, I would really encourage you to buy one of our brands. Pick a watch in the lineup, and the entire lineup is right now at WorldofWatches.tv, and see what gets shipped to you for free. These are watches that we back up with 5-year warranties. This is a watch crystal that is our proprietary scratch-resistant crystal that is tested like a sapphire crystal is. So you are getting so much value for a $50 price. Look at this watch on the wrist. It's a modest 32 millimeter case. It's a true ladylike watch. And you know what? If you see watches like the EBEL we aired earlier, even that Michael Kors watch that retailed for nearly $300, how beautiful of an example is this for the stress-free payments of $12.50. You know, I love on the show, and Wiley knows I love to do this, when we have stress-free payments like $12.50, I always like to think, okay, what could you take out in your life that would allow you to rationalize or afford this watch, assuming you didn't want to make any other adjustments? $12.50, if you packed your lunch to work one day a month, you could afford this watch. That is why we are so excited to be able to offer stress-free payments, such incredible deals and values. And here, this is a watch, ladies, that you'll wear to the office, you'll wear with a cocktail dress, you'll wear out on Friday night date night, and it's never in any way, not only not going to look like a $50 watch, but none of the materials on their own even equal $50. The bracelet itself is solid end link construction. That is something you don't even find usually for under $200. 139549 from Lucien PICCARD. Again, a 5-year warranty on the Japanese 3-hand movement inside. Quick mention here, something fun from PUMA 205129. Here you've got almost a retro-inspired design in a super lightweight polycarbonate case. This watch with the polycarbonate case and the rubber strap is going to weigh about as much as the box that it comes in, making it a great option for those of you who, like the PUMA brand describes, are looking for some athletic gear. This is the kind of watch that you would wear to the gym, to the beach, playing tennis even, as you know, the PUMA brand, of course, originated with. It's a $95 watch for $40. And again, you can even see in this shot with the packaging, it will come all boxed up as though you did spend $95 on it. Even better though, the stress-free payments, $10 down. Just remember this, other networks, other home shopping shows, websites, anything where you can purchase, most of the time you pay for shipping. That price is usually what? $6, $7, $8? Here, the stress-free payment of just $10 down on any major credit card, and we ship it to you for free. So if you're ordering anything else and you know somebody in your life that maybe is an athlete or would love a PUMA watch and they've got a birthday coming up, throw this onto your order using the stress-free payments of $10 and you won't even notice that getting taken out of your account. 205-129. Check WorldofWatches.tv. Again, we've only got 3 hours today and tomorrow to go through, but we've got hundreds of items posted there that are getting the stress-free payments and the TV discounted price.
One of the aircraft that changed the nature of how the world saw our military was certainly the F-117 Nighthawk. It is the stealth fighter. Now, we have two planes that back in the 90s that really kind of just kind of frightened and shook up the world a bit because they were invisible to radar. And for those pilots who stepped into what was called the wobbly goblin, because the plane could not fly because of the shape that is almost jewel-esque about. In fact, there's a great picture of it on the back of the watch. The plane could not fly without the aid of computers. The computers allowed the aircraft to stay aloft. And the pilots who flew it said if they had any glitches at all, the plane was just completely unstable. But when it worked, it was a terror because it could not be seen, it could not be heard. And here, LUMINOX, who has a great relationship with the military, has created a watch that is a great homage to the F-117 Nighthawk. This watch is probably as unique, you probably couldn't find it on radar, can't back that up, but it really looks great. Of course, you're getting an all Swiss-made watch. You are getting that Swiss movement on the inside. I believe that's the Swiss Ronda movement also inside of here. And you have the three-hand configuration, the hour, the minute, a continuously operating sweep hand, and you have a date complication at the 3 o'clock. Notice that the dial is in basically a field or military style, clear, concise Arabic numerals that you can see at a glance. Not only can you see it in daylight, notice that all of those tubes that are around the watch, which are going to be all of these markers right under the numbers, are actually little tubes filled with tritium, an inert gas that constantly glows. You don't have to charge it up to any light source, nor does it have to have power from the inside. Look at this at night, how great this looks. That's what you'll see day in and day out when you take a peek at the watch when the lights go down. Now, this case, of course, is in all stainless steel, and the black IP plating on here is absolutely incredible. That's a sapphire crystal with an anti-reflective coating on there, 200 meters of water resistance. You have a uni-rotating bezel, which makes this a fantastic dive watch. This is one of those watches that the moment you put it on, you realize you got something special. There's a weight to this watch. There is a heft to this watch. That's why the watch with, of course, all being Swiss-made, you have the Ronda movement in there, you have the sapphire crystal, you have 200 meters of water resistance. It's $1,000. Go ahead and Google it. We'll take a moment. Go ahead and head over to the department store. We got a little bit of time left. We got a couple hours left. We'll wait for you. We'll still be here. $499. I am delighted that we're able to put it at $700. That saves somebody $300. But look, we are 1 penny below dealer cost. Can I just stress that? I mean, would somebody back me up here? Megan, is that just amazing to you? That normally, if you see a retail price of $1,000, that means the jewelry store or the retailer paid half that, and then they can put the price at anywhere, unless it's a price-protected brand, and then you have to go ahead and keep it up. You know, watches like Rolex. When the stores receive those watches, they have a price that they pay for them, and they can't just throw any price they want. They have to follow the guidelines of Rolex. Here, this is a brand that we happen to have such a buying relationship with that we can offer it to you for the same price that the jewelry store purchases it for resale. That's amazing. Only $100 gets it home. That's your first of 5 stress-free payments. Don't let this get away from you. It really is one of my favorite variations of the watch because it's classic LUMINOX. But here, you have a great homage to the F-117 Nighthawk. Don't let it get away, 173006, and that watch will be sent to you in just a day or two.
273036. Moving on to a classic style from SEIKO. No muss, no fuss, just a nice 3-hand look in a quartz. I think this is great. You know, we've been talking a lot about thinking about the different kinds of people who could wear these certain watches. I think this watch would make a great gift for somebody. Maybe somebody who's looking to add a new watch to their collection, but also for those out there who maybe are starting a first job. You know, now that summer is over, a lot of people have recently graduated, a lot of people entering the workforce need a nice new watch.
I'm going to call this the safe watch. You know why? Because everybody would love it.
Yeah, it's easy for everyone.
It's one of those watches. I have watches that, the watch I'm wearing today is a very unusual watch. It's going to take somebody who really likes that style. You have a collection of watches. Some of them are very classic. Some of them are very unique, particularly with the materials that they may be made out of. This is one of those watches that no matter what, somebody's going to love it. It's a classic look through the dial. Like you said, that 3-hand configuration, the hour, the minute, continuously operating sweep hand. But notice how ultra slim the hands of the watch are, as well as the sweep hand. Look how slim the hour markers are. And at only 8.5 millimeters thick, look how thin the watch is. The watch has an ultra-low profile because it's designed to be a dress watch to go on the wrist and to have a sleeve effortlessly slip over it so that you don't have any bulk. This is not a watch you're going to be banging into everything because it really fits on the wrist like a piece of jewelry more than a watch that may stand up a bit. SEIKO is one of those names you certainly do recognize in the watch world. Since 1924 building watches, I'm going to hit the dual push button, single scissor deploy it, put the watch on, and look at how flat that is to the wrist. I'm just going to hold that there for a second. You need to see it. You know, they've been building watches since 1924, and as we come live into that shot, I wanted you to see how flat this is on the wrist. You're not going to bang this into the water cooler. This is not one of the watches you're going to bang into the car door. It really does hug, unless you're going to bang your wrist, and that's going to hurt. But this is ultra slimline all the way around. This is one of the watches that you're going to love to wear to dinner. It's one of the watches you're going to love to wear to the office. And if you're going on a cruise, this is the perfect cruise watch because you don't have a major investment to have a super nice watch. It's a name that everybody recognizes, but look at what's right above the 6 o'clock position. 100 meters of water resistance. This is not just a pretty face or dial. It's going to be a watch that you can take out by the pool, jump into the water. If you're in the ocean, because it's stainless steel, it's not going to rust. It's going to be a watch. And you know, you just wish there was a smaller version for ladies.
That was a bad transition.
No, it's not. It's a perfect.
That needs a little bit of work. But how about the his and hers variation? Here, we went from a 42 millimeter men's dress watch.
But ladies would wear this one as well.
Absolutely, I would wear that one. To a 29 millimeter. And I'm going to show them side by side so you can see how they are quite different, but they've got a real similar look to them as far as overall construction.
For under $100, you could get both watches. I mean, for half the price of the retail of one, you could get both.
Here, we've got that 29 millimeter case. It's the same 3-hand look with date. The ladies' version, because it's a bit smaller, has 50 meters of water resistance, but assuming you're not going to be doing any scuba diving, that'll give you just enough to do a little bit of recreational swimming. If you get this wet, you don't have anything to worry about. What I like about this one even more than that men's version is the dial. Here, you've got that rich, almost Mediterranean blue. And notice, if you will, when the light hits the dial in the center portion, see how it's just a little bit of texture coming out there?
That's pretty.
It's a nice bit of detail. You would not otherwise expect that. And what I love, this is one of my favorite dial colors that watch designers make. What I love so much about it is you can see in some lights, it looks like a black dial. And it's not until the light hits it just right that you can see that beautiful, again, almost Mediterranean or sapphire blue. It's very, very subtle, very elegant. The size, incredibly easy to wear. Being a 29 millimeter, you'd be hard pressed to find a wrist that was too small for this watch. But the only thing I will mention is the bracelet length itself. 8 inches at its maximum for this particular variation. anything over an 8-inch wrist. And I would direct you to the watch that Wiley just had, as the bracelet is a bit more generous. $50 for a $200 SEIKO. Now that's not to say at $200 you won't find SEIKO watches discounted anywhere else. We know that you can buy watches anywhere, and we know that watches other places are discounted as well. World of Watches guarantees we are the lowest price. If you find this watch or any other somewhere else for even a penny less, we will match that for you. So just keep in mind that we stand behind every single thing that we say, which is why we want you to shop with us and shop with confidence. Item number 285380, $50 or 4 payments of just $12.50 for a SEIKO.
You know, I can't back this up, but I believe I read a study that said if you buy watches from another website or another company, they'll make you sick. I can't back that up, but I think I read that.
I wouldn't take the risk.
I wouldn't. I would just shop with us.
220777, the Blair Crystal. A sparkly style, just like my hot pick from Michael Kors, but bigger. In my opinion, this style of Michael Kors is really very reminiscent of what made Michael Kors watches so popular the first time around. You've got this big, I'm calling it a boyfriend style. It's where you're wearing almost a menswear inspired design. And if you look right into the dial, you can see with the chronograph and that luxury look, it looks like a men's sort of chronograph luxury dress watch. But then they make it ultra feminine with all those crystals. Now it's a 42 millimeter case, so it's going to be a bigger watch overall. Again, ladies, Michael Kors really does predominantly design watches in the 38 to 44 millimeter range for ladies. You'll probably notice among your girlfriends or other ladies that you might see out in the wild wearing Michael Kors watches in larger case sizes. So don't be worried about a watch being too big, because that's what these designs are for, that chunky, oversized look. The weight of this watch is actually taken out a bit because the center links of the bracelet are done in a polycarbonate. That's why when you see this back on my wrist, you'll notice that the center links of the bracelet are done almost in a tortoise print. They actually match my glasses. So that's why I've talked about this on the shows before.
It's
like
a beautiful
if you've got like a tortoise print, you know, prescription glasses like I'm wearing or sunglasses or something, this is a really nice complement to that. I also like this because it almost reminds me of what's so popular in ladies fashion right now, which is a lot of animal prints and leopards. I mean, I know I'm not the only lady that considers leopard print a neutral, but it is. Nothing? Radio silence everywhere? All right, fine, fine. My show. I could say that.
There was a lady I was talking to today. She said there's two types of ladies. She said there are those that wear solids and those that wear prints. You are one of the ladies that wear prints.
I'm a printed lady for sure. 42 millimeter case. Here's how it looks on my 6-inch wrist. What the great thing about these watches is what Michael Kors does is they curve the cases. They're smart. They're marketing a 42 millimeter to a lady's wrist. So they want the construction to be something where when ladies such as myself put this on, it doesn't feel bulky. It doesn't look like a big kind of cumbersome look on the wrist. It fits flawlessly like it was tailor-made for my wrist. And ladies, you will get that exact same fit and feel. There are those tortoise printed links on the center portion. Again, that's not stainless steel, so it's a little bit lighter in weight. You've got crystals around the bezel there and on all 4 lugs, adding a nice bit of sparkle. And we've taken over $100 off the list price. Again, with every single item coming brand new, you'll get it in the original packaging. So you can see the Michael Kors box in the background. Gentlemen, if you are at a loss as to what to get, a special lady in your life, Michael Kors is always a great way to go. 220777, the Blair Crystal, for 5 payments of just $36 interest-free. Quick mention here, one of our brands, the Redline Accelerator. This is actually a 48 millimeter watch. It's a newer watch. It came out earlier this year. And as with all Redline collections, they really do go, in some ways, a bit over the top with their automotive design. So these are really fun fashion watches for those of you out there, gentlemen and ladies alike, who want to sort of take your hobbies to that level where you're almost wearing it as well. Here, all of the stainless steel is done in a matte bead blasted finish. So you get this look of almost titanium, even though it is 316L steel. Your bezel insert is made out of a red silicone to match the red silicone strap. And then, of course, the black and red color combo is replicated again inside the dial. Redline being one of our brands, we give you a 5-year warranty on the Japanese chronograph quartz movement inside. We also give you 100 meters of water resistance. So this is a watch that you could wear all day, every day. You never even need to take it off. 4 payments of $17.50 means if you've got under $20 available on any major credit card, give us a call. We will process and ship your order next business day to get this watch out to you. 245-669, the accelerator from Redline.
One of the most popular watch brands, if not the most popular in all of Great Britain, is going to be Rotary. In fact, you know, I posted on my Facebook that Sherlock Holmes, the one that's Benedict Cumberbatch plays.
Oh yeah.
He wears a Rotary.
Does he really?
Yeah.
That's so cool.
And this is, you know, if you love kind of all things British, whether it's Doctor Who or Sherlock Holmes, you got to have a Rotary. It's just one of those watches that really has that look as if you are literally looking back in time. And this is one of my favorite varieties of the watch.
What I love so much about this watch, aside from the fact that in a 42 millimeter case, you are going to get an incredible watch, but to me, one of the best values is the fact that this is a Swiss-made watch in a Swiss-made automatic movement with an open heart complication for $180. Now, we have been on air now for just under an hour. Think about all the watches that we've shown you. How many of them were under 200 bucks? How many of them were under 200 bucks and Swiss-made? The answer is 0. There is a huge value here. If you have always wanted a Swiss-made watch, if you've always wanted to own an automatic, now you can do it and truly have the best of both worlds. Now, an open heart complication is what you can see inside the dial from the 7, 8 o'clock position, bridging out across to almost the 4 o'clock position. An open heart complication means that the automatic movement itself inside the dial has been cut away to reveal the inner workings of your watch. Now you have to keep in mind, for those of you, who are uninitiated, an automatic movement does not use a battery, a quartz movement does. So really, a combination of gears and springs and wire actually work together to harness the symphony of time. So this is a watch, and you can see it's fully cut away. That's why I'm showing you my finger in the background there. This is a watch that, if maintained properly, will last and run forever. Think about being able to say that about a watch that's under $200. Now with Rotary, and they will tell you this, every Swiss-made watch uses a sapphire crystal. So in every single way so far, you are checking off every single box that would give you the highest degree of quality. Swiss-made, meaning that the watch is not only comprised of at minimum 60% of Swiss-made components, but packaged, assembled, and done its final inspection in Switzerland using a Swiss-made movement. You now have that automatic movement, that sapphire crystal. I love that everything is done in black, so it's maybe a bit sporty for a luxury watch. But then all of the stainless steel accents inside the dial are done in rose gold tone. So you've got this beautiful black and rose color combo that is so exquisite and so expensive. But it's also great for you gentlemen out there that maybe aren't particularly prone to wearing a lot of gold or rose gold watches. Here, you've got 99% of the watch done in black IP, all beautifully mirror polished. Again, it's a 42 millimeter case on a black leather strap. And it's just when you look down at the dial and you see all of those gears and springs right there, that is the beating heart of your watch. That right there is the escapement and the balance wheel. That is why it's called an open heart complication, because you are looking at the beating heart of your automatic movement. Being able to say something like that and also spend $180 is the reason why I believe this to be, in the show, perhaps the greatest value. Even if it's not your style, is there someone in your life, your husband, your father, your brother, who could appreciate a watch like this? What's so great about it is if you're looking to get a gift for somebody who is a watch collector, getting them a Swiss-made automatic watch is already going to impress them. The fact that you're only spending $36 to get it shipped to you, that's impressive to all of us. 236-757. Don't let this one get away from you. From the L'Original collection from Rotary.
One of our favorite watches is the SEIKO Pilot Automatic. It's just one of those watches that the moment you see it, you're thinking at this price point, it's going to be at, $159. Surely the watch has got to be a quartz movement. Not so. You are getting a 24-jewel automatic with 100 meters of water resistance. Now, you also happen to get that bidirectional tachometer style bezel on the watch. It's going to be absolutely incredible on the wrist, and I love this gold variation. Now, of course, that is going to be gold tone over stainless steel, and it looks incredible. The watch wears a little bit larger because you can see the dial and the bezel almost blend together, so the watch has a presence similar to a higher-end watch that we can't mention, Breitling, that is going to have that look of the dial and the bezel blending. This is a great watch for a gift. It's a great watch for yourself. There is an exhibition back on this. The moment you flip that watch over, you're going to be able to see into the inner workings of that watch, that 24-jewel automatic. You're going to have a Hardlex crystal on there. That's going to be SEIKO's proprietary crystal that is going to be not just scratch resistant, but also shatter resistant. So it adds a little bit of level of flexibility to that crystal. Absolutely gorgeous watch. It also comes in other varieties, so consult the website. I'm sure we have just the right one for you, and only $32 gets it home. That's your first of 5 stress-free payments. 271915, the SEIKO Pilot Automatic.
All right, quick mention here of a watch that I know, I love. I own 2 Swiss Legend Bellas, one in ceramic and one in stainless steel, and I'm actually wearing the stainless steel one right now. My very favorite Swiss Legend collection is the Bella collection. Here, you are getting a full ceramic watch with a 1/2 carat of diamond set into the bezel. Being that this is the newest Swiss Legend collection to feature diamonds, you have the highest quality diamond Swiss Legend has ever done as a brand. That 1/2 carat of diamonds frames a beautiful mother of pearl dial. Elegantly appointed Arabic numeral hour markers are set atop that in a gold tone. The combination here of white ceramic and gold tone keeps it fresh, makes that gold tone pop. But what I love so much about the ceramic being that it's white, it's never, ever, ever going to look worn. Ceramic watches, I like to call them your little insurance policy on the wrist. You can wear this anywhere, the beach, the pool, the gym, your office, and it is always going to look like you just took it out of the box. Ceramic watches are the hottest material in women's watches today's age, and there is a reason why they can be up into the thousands of dollars. Here, ladies, a diamond ceramic watch for $180 total price, but even better, I say use the payments. You can get a diamond watch home for $36. Skip the mani-pedi this month, and you can afford this watch. 206-205, my favorite, the Swiss Legend Bella. And very quickly, the version that I'm actually wearing in a 2-tone stainless steel right now, $70. It's the exact same watch, except now you've got silver tone and gold tone stainless steel. You still get a mother of pearl dial on there. It's a bit more pared down. Maybe this is your style. Even better, use the payments here. There's 4 of them. Monthly interest-free payments of $17.50. The item number is 244630. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are 1 hour down and 2 hours to go. We are so glad you guys are joining us today. We hope you're enjoying the show and that you're getting to see a little bit about what we do here at World of Watches. Again, because Wiley and I are really only out here 3 hours today and 3 hours tomorrow, we want you to check out WorldofWatches.com. Sign up for our newsletters. You'll get information sent to your inbox every single day about brands that are on sale, flash sales that they do sometimes on the website, which is really cool because you'll get an email that says, okay, you have in the next 3 hours, they slash prices down to 90% off. It's a really, really great way to shop if you're watch lovers and collectors like we are. So I'm assuming if you're watching the show, you love watches as much as we do. But we've also got a section on the website that you should definitely check out, and that's where Wiley's watch is from today. At WorldofWatches.com, you will see a section that says pre-owned. That is a great place to go if you are looking for high-end watches. You want to save some money, but these are watches not shown on the show. We do not air pre-owned watches on the show, but on our website we have a great selection of them. Now you must keep in mind, we're not selling you something that's going to be beat up, banged up. Every single watch goes through a very thorough, very rigorous inspection. And you are guaranteed the same deals that we give if you're buying a brand new watch. A 30-day money-back guarantee, free shipping, we take over the manufacturer's warranty. That's just a way if you're looking for some watches, like this is a Zenith El Primero, a $15,000 watch for like $5,000 on the pre-owned portion of our site right now. So it might, for example, not come with the paperwork, or maybe it comes in just a generic black box instead of a Zenith box. It's just little tweaks like that, and every single item will be specified of what it has or doesn't have. And of course, if you ever had questions, we have a great customer service department that you could always call and talk to about that. But it's just a way that, you know, you watch the shows, we love that, but also 7 days a week we are doing amazing things at WorldofWatches.com, so you should definitely check that out.
I'm glad you mentioned that.
Because you were going to do it if I didn't.
I was just getting ready to.
He was just going to sit there the next 2 hours and go like this.
Well, what's really great about being here is we get to run through the vaults and
he just runs through with his arms out like this,
wearing nothing. And I love. It's
smile.
true. There's a restraining order, but enough of that. Being that we have access to these beautiful watches, we love the watches you love too. And a $15,000 price point for this watch, well, that will stop you dead in your tracks. And even on our best day, there's some watches we can't drop the price because they're brand new. Everything you see on the show is just that. But when you check out that spot on the website, you're going to find things that are certified pre-owned. Maybe you have a car that's certified pre-owned and you feel completely comfortable with it. We're going to give every detail about the watches on our website, but you're going to find the prices even lower. So go ahead and take a peek. You may find just the right thing there.
All right, we're going to jump into a preview now for our second hour and what's coming up. Remember, everything is on 5 and 6 payments. Like, did you ever think you'd be able to buy a Hublot on stress-free payment? 6 of them.
Anything that has the name Hublot Big Bang King Black Magic, I'm there. And for $17,000, that will stop you dead in your tracks. That was more expensive than my first car or my first 3 years of college. But the $8,600, okay, I realize there are folks right now going, I'm not paying $8,000. But you realize we can't keep these here in the vault?
I know.
Because I keep walking out with them. But we actually do sell them as well. There are folks that they call in and they won't even make it to the show.
Yep.
They see a $17,000 watch. If you're that collector out there and you know that this 44mm watch with the Hublot 1400 series automatic movement, that's a 23 joule automatic, with a sapphire crystal, I mean the watch is 16mm thick in that beautiful ceramic case in titanium. It is absolutely gorgeous. 300 meters of water resistance, 42 hours of power reserve. And we live. Oh, the Magic Voice.
We are almost down to single-digit quantities.
Yeah, Magic Voice said under 11. So when you realize. So
what does that mean? 10?
Well, we don't know. There's like maybe half a watch. They're still putting it together back there. Don't worry, we got it. I don't know why they suddenly are Italian watchmakers, but it could happen. This is brand new in the box. Don't let this one get away from you. I am so glad that we have these on the show because it just tells you that we're catering at times to our very, very favorite folks out there, the watch aficionado who wants the very best. And if you're that person, you got it coming. Here it is.
Something from one of our brands that is incredibly popular. This has really been a sleeper hit here at our company, and especially at World of Watches TV, 262733, the LUCIEN PICCARD Fidelity. This is a 48mm case with a rich chocolate brown dial and all rose gold tone for the stainless steel. It is on a stainless steel mesh bracelet, which you might recognize from some high-end Swiss-made watch brands out there that use a very similar bracelet design. Except here, your total price is $100. Even better, the stress-free payments of just $25. Now again, at WorldofWatches.tv, we have a ton of items that are getting the TV price and stress-free payments. So perhaps if you're not into the rose tone and chocolate brown, check out what's there. You might be surprised at how many color variations we have to show you of just this one particular watch. 262733. 5-year warranty on the Japanese chronograph quartz movement and a Sapphitech crystal. That's our proprietary scratch-resistant crystal. Big, Bad, and Bold, 272269. The near 50 millimeter, this is a 49 millimeter Aqua Diver automatic from Sterling Original. The Aqua Diver automatic Quartermaster ADM. This Big, Bad, Bold diver with a seagull automatic movement inside comes in a black and yellow color combination. This really has an aggressive design to it with that super cool beveled bezel. You've got the pops of bright yellow that really do make it look almost like a luxury diver in a lot of ways. Now again, it does measure at nearly 50 millimeters, so be prepared for that. But when we show it to you live, you'll see how it even can size down to a smaller, under 7-inch wrist. $150 is the price. Even better are the stress-free payments. 272269.
Ooh.
Coming up after that, a watch that I own.
I'll have to say, this looks like the watch that you have.
I do. I have this exact watch, 209562, the Swiss Legend Titanium. I like this watch because it's all ceramic with a titanium carbide coating over it. So it's lightweight. It is crazy scratch resistant, even if you're really clumsy like I am. You've got a sapphire crystal on there. You've got a Swiss-made movement inside. But what's so cool about it is this is a get-noticed watch, because the titanium over ceramic makes it look like you've got a chromed out watch. Gives you a little bit of street cred, if you know what I'm saying. $130, even better are the stress-free payments, 209562.
And right behind that, we are delighted that the Swiss Legend Meridian is on the program. It's one of those great sleeper values in watches, because literally you can have a watch of this style and it's easily going to be that $600, $700, $800, $900 price. Why? Because it's an all Swiss-made watch. And you're going to see that emblazoned right there at the 6 o'clock position. By the way, it takes a lot to be able to earn that, to have it legally and rightly put at the 6 o'clock position. It means at least 60% of the quality, content, and construction of that watch has to be Swiss. The movement inside has to be Swiss. It has to be placed inside. The movement has to be placed inside that case in Switzerland, and it has to have final inspection in Switzerland. That's a lot of Swiss labor and a lot of Swiss work and a lot of Swiss parts for a watch under $130. You are going to have so much value within this watch, and yet you're going to pay a fraction of the price, only $32.50 to get it home.
I love, this is my favorite variation of the Swiss Legend Swiss-made watches.
So expensive. I mean, the moment you pick it up, you realize there is quality in that watch. 279149 for the Swiss Legend Meridian. Don't let it get away from you. We want that one on your wrist. And look at this.
My hot pick, the Carry Crystal 37 millimeter sparkly little stunner. Now, as we presented this last hour and a couple other Michael Kors watches, you'll probably notice once you see this on my wrist that it is size-wise quite pared down compared to what we normally see with Michael Kors watches. But what they maybe took away in size, they certainly added in sparkle. I love the mother of pearl dial. Let me get my little pointer so I can be a bit more professional here. Mother of pearl dial. Beautiful, unique, and so incredibly feminine. Inside the dial, you've got this inner ring of crystals. And then emanating, it looks like a sun to me. It almost looks like a sun, and then the rays are your crystal-encrusted hour markers. Notice on the outer edge of those hour markers, you've got another ring of crystals. But those are actually still on that mother of pearl dial. There is just one ring of bling after another on this watch. Because when you move out to your actual bezel, set into the bezel are 2 rings of crystals. All 4 lugs, you betcha, even down a third of the bracelet. Now comparing that to all of this beautiful rose tone that's mirror polished, you have a watch that is an eye-catching everyday watch. And I say every day because it still is size-wise and construction-wise pared down enough to be worn very comfortably with a blazer to the office, a blouse. I've got a sundress on. It works perfectly. This is what Michael Kors does so best, the ultra-feminine watches. Now, as we saw last hour, some of them can be very, very big and have chronographs. This I don't want to say it's more pared down because there's so many Austrian crystals on it, but it really is a beautiful example of having something in a sparkly style. The retail price is $275. You can look that up on any website, any department store, $275. You will not find it, and we guarantee it, for less anywhere else than $154.99. Let's just say $155. And again, we give you the stress-free payments. So you are just a hair above $1 a day to afford this watch. 257-139. My hot pick, the Carry Crystal from Michael Kors.
I am so glad that we carry Breitling on the program. It's just one of those watches that's one of the pinnacle pieces that when people are thinking of really just some of the best of the watches that are out there, that are really everyday watches, a watch that you literally could wear every day. You don't have to necessarily be as cautious with it as some of the high-end Uber dress watches that maybe deserve as much to be in a museum as they do on your wrist. This is one of the watches that has no problem being your everyday watch. The Chronomat 44, of course, is just slightly larger than the Chronomat 41. This is a 44 millimeter case as opposed to the 41 millimeter. And you'll see that on my 6 3/4 inch wrist, it's a perfect fit. And now it has the Breitling B04 movement in it. That's basically the B01 with a GMT. That's going to make it a 47 joule automatic. Never have to buy a battery for this watch. Megan can show you on here that 3-hand configuration, the hour, the minute, and you'll notice there's a small second subdial there at the 9 o'clock position, constantly running. You also have a secondary hand, which is going to be your GMT or secondary time zone, or if you wish to, like a friend of yours who runs on military time, can allow that hand to keep track of the military time where you are in the world or anywhere else. You also have 2 additional subdials and an additional sweep hand for the chronograph. Those are screw-down pushers. So that's going to help protect the watch with its 200 meters of water resistance, all Swiss-made sapphire crystal. Absolutely gorgeous, but here's the stunning part of the watch. $10,000. Now that's what you're going to pay day in and day out, and Breitling will not make an apology, neither would we, because it's a great price for that watch, for what you're getting. The $7,995 wow price has saved folks nearly $2,000, well, over $2,000. What a savings. But look at this. For the program, we have just a handful of these that are just a little bit over dealer cost. $5,499.99. That's it. I mean, that's not a partial payment. This is not a used watch. It's brand new. Every bell and whistle that you would want to get is right there, just like you would get it in the Breitling store or in that jewelry store. $916.66. That is your first of 6 stress-free payments. 282589 for the Breitling Chronomat 44 GMT. Ooh.
Staying with Swiss made, we have never aired this exact EBEL on our show before.
This is absolutely stunning. And this, whether for a gentleman or for a lady, it is at a classic size that is going to fit. You know, EBEL is one of those companies that people really look to. You know, since 1911, they've been building incredible watches, and just as you said, they call themselves the architects of time. 43 millimeter case. And, you know, you've got a dual push-button deployant back here. The gunmetal on this looks so good. In fact, I want you to be able to see if they can come in and capture live just the contrast. Megan, do you see this kind of flash of light that's in that bezel around the coin edge?
It's almost like the gunmetal is mirror polished just there, and then everywhere else they've done it in that matte finishing.
You can catch glimpses of it here in this ring around the crystal. But you can maybe just capture a little bit of that high polish, and there it is right there on the coin edge of our bezel. And it really does look great. Of course, you have a uni-rotating bezel right there, but take a look into that beautiful dial. Can you see the texturing? It's almost like a record-style texturing. Now, you have a 3-hand configuration of the hour, the minute, and a small second subdial for your sweep hand. You also have 2 additional subdials and another sweep hand for the chronograph function for the watch. Simple hitting that pusher at the 2 o'clock is going to start it, stop it, and of course reset.
That's a Swiss ETA G10-211 movement inside, because that 2 o'clock subdial gives you the 1/10 of a second accuracy.
Yes, and you also have a date complication at the 6 o'clock as well. The watch is beautiful, and look how smooth the back of this is. All right, this may not make sense to anybody, but you will appreciate it if that one person This is so smooth all the way around. This is not a hair puller. I happen to have a slightly hairy wrist, and where did it go? It disappeared. But when I put the, I was trying to show my Yeti wrist. When the watch goes on the wrist, what I was showing you is that the watch, even if it moves a bit on the wrist, it doesn't pull hair. And I know, Megan, you can appreciate that.
Yes, absolutely.
You were complaining about
especially when I wear it around my leg.
the ankle bracelet you had on the other day. Oh, the screams. Folks, this watch, this watch, the watch really is, she is so pulling out her gun. But the watch really is comfortable on the wrist. Can you see the bright work right there around the subdials? 200 meters of water resistance in this watch. And the watch has so many little details in it that really make it stand out.
I love the bracelet. Sorry for interrupting.
You didn't. It's incredibly comfortable. Look at that. You can see the weight of the bracelet in this shot. I don't know what it is, but there is a weight to this, solid links all the way around. And because of the way the lugs are, it allows it to drop straight down on my 6 3/4 inch wrist, which makes it a perfect fit. I will pass this over to you in just a moment so ladies can see that this is equally as beautiful on a lady's wrist. And you're not going to have to pay, heaven forbid, the $3,400 price point for one of the pinnacle pieces in the watch world, but under $1,000.
This is actually a great option, ladies, if you want something that is a sport luxury style in a bigger case. Because here's how it looks on my 6-inch wrist. Now, it is a 43 millimeter, but much like we saw on Wiley's wrist, notice how it does wrap around. There's no gapping and no spacing. So it's a really great fitting, easy to wear watch. This is a bracelet that is custom to EBEL. We see it on some of their other collections as well. Even the X1 3-hand, the ladies' watch that we aired in last hour, has this same bracelet. Here, a $3,400 Swiss-made watch for $1,000. But again, I'm always going to push you towards those stress-free payments. $200 down. If you never thought you could afford a $3,400 watch, but maybe you could afford $1,000, enjoy. Pay the full price right now. But for those of us out there who do, unfortunately, sometimes have to budget, $200 a month. Interest-free, too. We're going to ship it to you after your first payment in its original packaging. 284-281, the X1 chronograph. We have never aired this Swiss-made professional diver on our show before. Of course, a watch that we do air sometimes on the show. Most of the time, our television allotted quantity sells out on the show, as we even saw with last week's show. But we were able to get a few more out of those vaults and out of Wiley's pockets to bring into our show.
Okay, I happen to love this watch. There is just, I can't imagine paying $17,000. There are folks that day in and day out have done it. You know, they've pulled up in their Lamborghini and decided they needed a watch. And maybe you can drop that kind of cash. We're delighted. Good heavens, God bless you. If you have the money, by all means. But take a look when you realize that UBEL, they first hit the watch world at the Basel Watch Fair back in 1981. And one of the first things that they did was to introduce.
I like that you covered it up.
No, this is a piece of that natural rubber strap. You know, when you look at the watch and you realize that this is a variation of that original watch that had that natural rubber strap. For days, people did not want to necessarily see a luxury watch with a natural rubber strap. It took them 3 years to come up with the right configuration for that natural rubber strap so that it was just right.
I didn't know
But
that.
then it started to catch on. And now it's considered one of those staples in the luxury watch world. And who wouldn't want a watch called the UBEL Big Bang King Black Magic?
That's what he makes me call him after the show.
I insist upon it.
Excuse me, Mr. Black Magic.
The urge to sing at this moment is overwhelming. But I will resist that, and I'll tell you a little bit more about the watch. 44 millimeter case, and that case is made of ceramic and titanium. And you can see the layers of the case that are there. And you can see all of the machining and knurling that's around that bezel. This has the UBEL 1400 automatic in it. That's a 23 joule automatic. The watch is 16 millimeters thick. I mean, they've done such a great job with this watch. Of course, that has the natural rubber strap on there. And it also has 42 hours of power reserve and 300 meters of water resistance. Megan, do you like this watch? Be honest.
Of course I do. I really do, actually. I am a fan of sport luxury style on men's watches. You know, I'm always a fan of this. I was having a conversation about this with my boyfriend the other day because I was saying how much I like watches like this, even for the office. You know, he's a bit more conservative in his watch style. But I think this is just the kind of thing that just feels so current. This is what people are wearing out there. This is
contemporary luxury. I mean, we have watches that are traditional luxury. There are some that are vintage luxury. You can see they've pulled from an old style, and it maybe is a skeletonized movement. And this is really modern all the way around, all the way down to the lume on this watch. Isn't this gorgeous?
It's really cool because Hublot has been quite popular for some time now. But as many people know, or if you're not familiar, allow me to tell you, Hublot really became quite popular in the past couple of years because of their association with so many athletes and celebrities out there. So most of us equate, I mean, if you live in South Florida and you drive on, the interstate, I-95, there is a giant Hublot billboard, and they show like Dwayne Wade or other athletes wearing their watches. So most of us see this and think, okay, well, there's no way I could afford something as, a multi-million-dollar athlete. But here on World of Watches in the show, with the stress-free payments, with the discounts, it's almost like we're bringing a little bit of that out to the, I don't want to say masses, but making it more readily available to those of you out there who perhaps only ever dreamed of being able to afford a watch like this.
Well, for the collector out there, I mean, there are those folks that they can throw money to the wind, and God bless them. That's wonderful if they've been blessed that way. But for most folks, even the collector, you try to find not just the right watch, but the right price. So for that collector out there that has their eye, this has certainly caught it, the Hublot Big Bang King Black Magic. Okay, that's a great watch. $17,000 is a lot. That's a lot of other watches you could be buying. At the $11,000, $12,000 price, you've got quite a savings. At nearly $9,000 off the retail price, that's a lot. You could buy two of these.
Yeah.
And then sell it for full price and then get your money back. But here it is for $1,450. That's your first of 6 stress-free payments. For all of you who happen to know what this is, and you have the opportunity to get this all Swiss-made watch at literally a fraction of the cost, congratulations. We're delighted to be able to provide these. Remember, these are new in the box. You can shop with confidence, and you still have a little bit of time before midnight on Sunday to get this price, because we're not embarrassed to put it back up to 12 grand. We know it's worth it. What's something worth? What somebody's willing to pay for it. People are willing to pay $17,000. That makes this a $17,000 watch, but you don't have to do it. 278496 will get you the Hublot Big Bang King Black Magic.
280902, the Bal Harbour from Glam Rock. We have not aired Glam Rock watches on our shows in a very, very long time, and I always like them so much. They almost remind me a bit of Michael Kors styles. They're designer. You see them at the mall and the high-end department stores, and they're always just a lot of fun. Glam Rock's headquarters are actually located in South Florida. So interestingly enough, all of their collections are actually named after places in South Florida. Bal Harbour being one of them. For those of you who don't know, Bal Harbour is an area of South Florida in Miami, just north of Miami Beach, and it is a beautiful, very, very high-end area. People live there. There's an amazing mall there. And that is what this style is all about, the fashionista. Now, Bal Harbour, the collection, this is a $945 watch. Going off what Wiley was saying, it is very true. People, ladies all over the world, purchase Glam Rock watches. They are incredibly, incredibly popular. They are high-end fashion watches. $945, nearly $1,000 after taxes. It's a very expensive watch. We have a relationship with Glam Rock that we're able to offer you this nearly $1,000 watch for $150. Think about how many you could buy with us before you even got to that list price of $945. You've got a 40mm case here in a two-tone. Now, I love two-tone because I like having staple watches that I can wear with everything. A two-tone watch like this, you could wear this with your gold jewelry, your sterling silver, your white gold, your platinum. It goes with everything you throw at it. What's so fun about this watch is that it really is a combination of being a wristwatch and a unique, chunky, almost bracelet style. You'll notice here on the actual bracelet, you've got this chain link design. Here, they do it in a two-tone. So it's a pattern of silver tone and gold tone for those links. Both sides have them, and it matches the silver tone and gold of your case and bezel. What's nice about that is the 40mm case, all you have to worry about is just getting the case flat against your wrist, which you can see here is very easy to do, even with under a 6-inch wrist. Now keep in mind it's going to be a chunkier, higher watch on the wrist. It's got a little bit of a height to it, so just be prepared for that. The back half of the bracelet is what will actually be sized to accommodate your particular wrist. These are links that you can remove or have a jeweler remove to have this watch sized to your wrist. Now, here's something to keep in mind though. I have a 6-inch wrist. It fits me nearly perfect. I would in fact only have one link removed. So this is a watch that is best suited if you've got a 6¼ inch wrist and under. So it is meant for a petite wrist. Yes, I know the case size is a bit larger, but that's the overall appeal and design factor. A larger watch for a slimmer wrist. So just keep that in mind, ladies. Here, you've got a nice two-hand configuration inside the dial. So it's a bit more of that luxury look. Roman numeral hour markers, the two hands, a bit of that quilted texture. It's kind of that juxtaposition between being a luxury look and a high fashion look. And that's what you will find in all of Glam Rock, all of their watches. 280902 is the item number here, and 4 payments of $37.50. So you put that first payment down on any major credit card. That's it. We process your order and we ship it to you next business day. So that could be tomorrow. 280902, 4 payments of $37.50 for a $900 plus. Glam Rock, Bal Harbor. Well, Wiley, we've made it to the halfway point of our time together.
I knew it.
He's usually surprised. Usually we get a surprise face
You
here.
expect me to go, really?
That's my favorite.
Well, sometimes it catches me off guard. The time
goes by really fast. You'd think even being surrounded by all these watches and clocks everywhere, we would actually lose track of time, but we do all the time.
It's always 10:10 here.
Yeah, it is always 10:10. We never know what the heck the time is. So this is time for the top 10. Now, something very interesting here. You're going to see things in the top 10. These are going to be the best-selling items so far. You might see some that we have not yet aired. They're due later on in the show, in the next hour and a half. They might even be slated for tomorrow's lineup because the entire lineup for today and tomorrow is posted right now at WorldofWatches.tv.
We like to call it
Shopping in the Future.
Shopping in the future.
Future. Can you see we've done this before?
Yep.
So the top 10 allows you to see what everybody else is shopping for and where your picks rank among everyone else's. And hopefully our picks are in there too. All right, starting with the drum roll, number 10 bestseller is...
Oh, what is it? What is it?
Glam Rock.
Ooh, Glam Rock. No surprise there. This watch has a lot of presents, but you don't have to pay that high-end price for a high-end watch. $800-900 for a watch of this quality, absolutely, day in and day out. That's the list price from Glam Rock. The $358 price point, that is a bargain, but at $149.99, they're going to think you stole it. Not with us. You always get that kind of price point, only $37.50 to get it home. This is a lot of bling and a lot of watch for a fraction of the price. 280932 for the Glam Rock Racetrack Chronograph. And a watch you own.
The watch I'm wearing right now, the Swiss Legend Bella in the two-tone. Swiss Legend Bella is my very favorite collection. I own one in the stainless steel and a ceramic variation. Ladies, if you are looking for an everyday watch, whether you get ceramic or stainless steel, but you want something a little bit different. It's not a traditional look. You've got a curved hourglass-shaped case, mother of pearl dial, elegantly appointed elegantly appointed Arabic numeral hour markers here. That beautiful two-tone of gold tone and silver for $70. It curves to the wrist. You get a 5-year warranty on the Swiss-made movement inside, a 10-year warranty on the Sapphitech crystal. You're putting down $17.50 to get it shipped to your door. Item number is 244630. Coming in at number 8, my hot pick, the 37mm Carry Crystal. So glad to see so many ladies picking this one up. You have crystals on that mother of pearl dial, around the bezel, on the lugs, on the outer edges of the bracelet. The combination here of crystals and rose tone make this an ultra feminine, very, very flashy watch, but it is super slim and it's a nice mid-range size at just 37mm. We took over $100 off the list price and we're giving you 5 months to pay it off. You're just a hair above $1 a day at $31 down. 257139. That's number 8. Number 7, another ladies watch, this time Swiss made. This is the 34mm EBEL X1. This is a sport luxury design, unidirectional rotating bezel, Swiss made 3-hand quartz movement inside, date window moved to that 6 o'clock position. It's done in all silver tone with a beautiful combination of brushing and mirror polishing. This $2,500 Swiss made watch. Look at this. Our price is 25% of the total price. You're saving 75% on a Swiss-made watch. And even better, you can break that up over 5 months. 284279, the X1 EBEL, coming in at number 7.
Right behind that is probably one of the most elegant, simple watches that you're going to find. And that's the SEIKO Classic Dress Watch. Now, this is for ladies. You can see this is the smaller variation, and we are delighted that ladies have picked this up. If you're looking for that watch, maybe you're the business professional, or maybe you just want something that's a little understated and elegant. You don't have to make a statement with your timepiece other than you have good taste. Well, you have found it with this simple 3-hand configuration from SEIKO. It's not just a pretty face, it also has 50 meters of water resistance, so you're not only telling the time all the way down to the seconds, but also have a date complication and this very small, petite quartz movement. 285380 will get you the SEIKO stainless steel bracelet with blue dial dress watch, perfect for any lady. Right behind that is the Swiss Legend Ceramica with diamonds. This is, would you have this watch?
I wish I had this watch.
You should. I hope your boyfriend's watching right now.
Me too. Over 3 carats of diamonds on this one.
This is gorgeous. And when that, the very high-tech ceramic that the watch is made out of, almost virtually impossible to scratch the watch. So when you're dealing with that ultra-hard surface of ceramic, plus that crystal, plus those diamonds, this watch is nearly indestructible. We can't call it bulletproof, but feel free to try. This is one of those watches at $2,500, easily worth that price point. The wow price of $1,504 is a great value at $1,000 off, but look at this, under $500 for an awful lot of watch.
Ladies, you could put $100 down on any major credit card and buy yourself a 3-carat diamond watch. Gentlemen out there, you shouldn't even think twice about this, because the amount of money that you would spend on one nice date night a month, you figure you go out to a nice Friday, Saturday night dinner, wine, you know, entrees, dessert, you're over $100. Here, a 3-carat diamond ceramic watch for your first payment of $100. Normally, we have this watch on the show for $600, and it's one of our best sellers. We have dropped it down to $499.99, which is our holiday pricing. Purchase it now and pay it off by the holidays. 67419. I cannot believe that's number 5.
That is an incredible value. But Swiss Legend always is, and here we are with another Swiss Legend, the Abisos Automatic. Now, this watch may just look like a beautiful Swiss Legend, but it has certainly a talent, and that is to be an incredible dive watch. Not taking you down to 200 meters, this watch is certified to 1,000 meters. You know, we have another watch called a Deep Dive that is not this price point. It's a lot more expensive, and it's only 500 meters. This is 1,000. Now, that has a sapphire crystal, certified to 1,000 meters, as well as that great Swiss movement on the inside. This is one of those watches that you will not hesitate to take down to the ocean depth because you know of the quality that's been $1,500 day in and day out. This beautiful Swiss-made watch is under, do you realize that? Under $300 for a Swiss-made watch that's a deep dive watch.
In an automatic.
In an automatic. Congratulations, all of you who've picked that up. You have, oh, an incredible, thank you, Magic Voice. Magic Voice reminded me that you get a 3-slot watch box that is water resistant, that is great to put this watch in, but also to put other watches that may not be, so that if you're traveling, they will stay dry and safe and warm and happy. 274853 for the Swiss Legend of Bezos Automatic.
Coming in at number 3, looks like you guys are loving your Glam Rock watches. This is the Glam Rock Racetrack, that 47mm case. Notice the carbon fiber bezel insert, and that this variation is done on that almost tactical black and red nylon strap. It's also a lefty watch. Here you can see that oversized canteen style crown protector is on the 9 o'clock side. So it's great if you're a lefty like me, but as with everything else, it's even better if you're a righty. $100 is the total price for a $600 Glam Rock. Even better, I love the payments. 4 payments of $25, 280913. That's number 3. Coming in at number 2, 272269, the Aquadiver Automatic Quartermaster ADM from Sterling Original. This is a near 50mm case with a Chinese Seagull Grade A automatic movement inside. Got this really cool, almost nautical design because of that beveled bezel, and I love the combination of the bright pop of yellow against everything done in matte black. It's a nearly $1,000 automatic for $150. Even better, though, are the 4 stress-free payments, $37.50. Gets home this watch, 272269. That's number 2.
Number 1, some folks with extremely good taste have picked up an incredible value in the watch world. We are delighted when our products end up on your wrist. Why sell things at such a low price when we could just keep it at the wow price? You'll hear Megan and I say this over and over again. The best advertisement in the world for Swiss Watch International is our products on your wrist. We are delighted. In fact, this program, so much of what we do is considered part of the marketing. We realize we can sell things at retail and just, sit back and enjoy the profits. But it really is a benefit for those watch collectors, those aficionados, those fans of Swiss Watch to be able to have our products on your wrist, and we're delighted to take a pinnacle piece like this Breitling. Now, this is a Breitling Chronomat 44. Of course, that's going to tell you right there that it is a 44mm watch. And when you get to this box home, you're going to want to put it on the bookshelf. You're going to want to display it. You can go in. They had a brand new Breitling in the store, and it has a built-in satellite receiver.
Wow.
That if you are stranded anywhere in the world, you hit that, and it will send rescue.
Wow, that's really
cool.
Yeah,
it's the SOS. Thank you. It is incredible, and there's a $25,000 fine if you hit it.
And you're not.
You better be in distress. You will be in distress.
You better be in distress.
One of the coolest watches because, no matter where in the world, it will find the satellite and do that. I think that is so cool. Well, let me show you something even cooler, and that's a $10,000 watch at a fraction of the price. Absolutely a fraction of the price of what you should be paying. All right, folks, as we come in, do a tight shot on this. Look at this. This is a 44mm case. It has the Breitling B04 movement, which is basically the Breitling B01 movement with a GMT, and that's Greenwich Mean Time, a secondary time zone. You can see this watch would normally have a watch like this with this convex crystal. Would usually have so much more reflection. Notice I can get just a little bit of light caught in there. That's because of the anti-reflective coating on the sapphire crystal. 3-hand configuration, hour, minute, continuously operating sweep hand as a small seconds in the 9 o'clock position. But you'll also notice there is a secondary hand right here for the GMT or secondary time. You can set it to any time zone in the world. Maybe you have family or friends across the country or across the globe. And one of the things you'll appreciate is these pushers are screw down, which is going to help add to the 200 meters of water resistance. But simply hitting that pusher is going to start the chronograph. And you can see the stationary hand now comes into play. And this is going to keep track of your minutes, your seconds, your hours. And there's your start, your stop, and there's your reset right there. You even have a reverse date wheel for a date complication there between the 4 and 5 o'clock position. And take a look at the lume on this watch, not just a beautiful watch by day, but also by night. The fact that you have so much functionality within this watch It's one of the watches you could wear to the office, wear out to dinner, wear on the cruise, and it's also going to take you on all of life's adventures because that's what Breitling is about. It is about quality of construction, but also adding a touch of luxury with it. It's what I like to call casual luxury, because it's one of those watches that you're going to truly, truly enjoy day in and day out. It's a 47 jewel automatic sapphire crystal, all Swiss made, and of course you're getting it at half the retail price. Let me say it again, half. $10,000 is what you're going to pay in the Breitling store or in the mall. The $8,000 price, the wow price, that is a good price, and we have saved folks a lot of money with that price. But for right now, $5,499. That's it. That's all you're going to pay. $916 is your first of 6 stress-free payments to get a pinnacle piece home to you. I am delighted we have it. It's our #1 seller right now. And there's only a handful of those because it only takes a handful to reach a very high price, but not for you. You're not going to have to pay the 10 grand, and we are delighted to save that. And if you happen to have gotten that, send us a text at some point. Just let us know that you really enjoy the watch. Of course, you can go to our website. You can go to our Twitter.
Yep.
There's a lot of stuff where you can say, hey, send the wristy in. We love when you do it. And we love Breitling. 282589, the Breitling Chronomat 44 Automatic. Slightly different price point, but a still beautiful watch.
This is such a cool watch because I remember when this debuted earlier this year. And, we all thought it was cool here at the company and in the office and whatnot, and even on our crew. Our director actually owns this watch. So we all thought it was really neat, but it's been so exciting to see how popular this watch is with all of our viewers out there. And I think it shows that people want something different, especially those of us, like the two of us who are collectors. Mm-hmm. You want different things in your collection every now and then.
Okay, what do I like about this watch? 2 things, you know what they are.
I
One,
know.
The dial is absolutely stunning in this green, my favorite color. Remember that at Christmas. And it has this liquid metal bracelet.
Liquid metal.
This is one of those watches that Breitling has a woven mesh bracelet. Apple offers that Milanese loop, one of the most personal items. This is one of the watches that gives you that luxury look, luxury feel, and at the $500-600 price point, it should. At our $379 price, would you walk in and buy a $380 watch and think it's cheap? No. But being able to offer it at $99.99. One of the folks that really is one of the movers and shakers here is Niso Barocas. And we had the honor last week of spending some time as he was showing off some of the new creations. And one of the things he said, and we agree, is that to make these so much more affordable, so much more accessible, was by taking the price down, even below what it should be. And there was that question of, do we raise the price just to show people the quality? And, he gave every argument in the world for how many hundreds of dollars this can be sold for. And we thought, well, there it goes. They're going right out the door for, $300 or $400. And then he said, no, in the end, I want more people wearing our watches.
Absolutely.
You got to love that. Now, does this not just truly look like luxury all the way around? I'm going to show you this. You got to see it. Look at how fluid this is, where almost my finger comes through that. There's such a softness to this bracelet. I love that.
What I love about this is this bracelet, some of you might recognize because you've seen it on high-end luxury designs. And it's been popularized by a few, but it's very, very expensive. Here, $100, and you are getting that exact same look. What's also so nice is that the fit can be custom to any size wrist, even if you're in between sizes. I call it a combination between wearing a stainless steel bracelet and a silicone or rubber strap, because the bracelet will totally conform to your exact anatomy.
Well, that's exactly right. You saw that I could bend this look at the flexibility in this. This is going to take the shape of whatever your wrist is. There is such a fluidity to this that regardless of what your shape is, this is going to take it.
I love that it's a multi-row too on the bracelet, and there's no kinking, there's no binding. And this is a really beautiful color combination. I feel like maybe the silver tone and green is a bit more popular because not as many people like rose. But for me, of the two, I really like this one.
This is the Uber dress watch. The other one is the eye-catching because there is a sportiness to the silver.
Yep.
Maybe it's because we think of jets and race cars and things like that. This with gold, I mean, doesn't gold make you think of affluency, a little bit of wealth?
Absolutely.
Well, this has that look, but only, $99.99, $25 to get it home. That's amazing. We're not going to charge you for shipping. We're going to guarantee it's the lowest price. And if you should return it, we're going to give you every penny back, and we'll even pay for shipping. 262733 will get you the LUCIEN PICCARD Fidelity, either in stainless steel silver or stainless steel with IP plating rose gold.
This is such a big, bold watch. This is almost 50 millimeters.
There is something about sterling that every time we put them on the show, people know that they don't do things like everybody else. I don't know what they've got going on in their design studio, but it's not the same old mindset of let's just throw it together. I mean, have you not just seen watches? I mean, all right, we're just being painfully honest here. There is a few times that we will be handed a watch, either for watch videos or for sale, that a company is like, oh, you've got to sell our watch. You've got to go ahead and add this to the collection. And we'll take it on because there's a customer out there for that.
Of course.
But we think you don't have any taste.
We have something for everybody on the website.
We do. But there's just some watches that are so painfully boring.
Yep.
And this is not sterling.
No.
Sterling is never boring. And we love this watch. This is just one of the watches that stands out. The Aquadiver Automatic Quartermaster. I mean, this is a heavy watch. I mean, can I just stress to you how much metal is within this watch? This is one of the watches that the moment you put it on the wrist, you realize you've got something special. Now, I'm going to hit the dual push button, dual deployment clasp, hefty clasp. One of the things, I mean, Megan, some of the watches have a deployant on it, and you just wonder, has it been made as well as you want it to be?
Yeah, that's true.
And we'll let you know. We'll let you know if it's flimsy. This just feels like...
Everything is so solid on this watch.
It really is. But look into that automatic. You can even see the beating heart. Magic Voice, I'm trying to see how close we can get on this. I just want to make sure they get a good peek on the... Oh, yeah, I can hold it right still. Oh, good deal. I realize I'm blocking it, but be patient at home where the robots are moving in even closer. There it is. Now, Sterling uses their proprietary crystal, Cristerna, and it's both on the front and the exhibition back that allows you to see that beautiful pearlage. And there is what would you describe the machining on the rotor there?
It almost looks like a wave texture, but I was going to call out that it's the exact same texture in the front of the dial.
Ooh, we'll flip it over. Take a good look, and then before I flip it over, there you go. And then we're going to, so you can see, yeah, it is.
See?
And don't you love this small seconds hand that almost looks like a compass star, but one of the little ends of the star is the same sort of yellow accenting so that you can see and read it. There it runs at the 60-second mark right there, and you can see the seconds start over. Three-hand configuration, the hour, the minute, the continuously operating sweep hand at the 9 o'clock position, plus a date complication at the 3 o'clock. Not $945. Ooh, that just hurts to say it. $269. That is a value. We are proud of that price, and we want you to be happy with it. Look how much we're saving you.
But I like the bezel. Sorry for interrupting.
No, but
it's just like stream of consciousness and just calling things out.
But look at the real price. The show price. I mean, you were willing to accept the $269.
Oh, absolutely. That's $269 from $945.
$149.99, only $37.50 to get it home. Don't let this one get away from you. The Sterling Aquadiver Automatic 272269. We think it's a great value. Ooh, look at what just passed by.
Now, this we actually talked a little bit about in our top 10, because this was in the top 10. And with good reason, too, because if there was ever a deal to be had, it is 3 carats of diamonds. 3 carats. 4-prong jeweler set in the bezel, over 1 carat of them. And then 2 carats of diamonds pave underneath the sapphire crystal. Now, the retail price here of $2,500 is for the Swiss-made movement, for the ceramic case and bracelet, but most importantly, for 3 carats of diamonds. And I'm having the camera come in as close as possible because I want you to see how every single diamond is perfectly matched. perfectly spaced, near flawless. You can see that these are full diamonds. These are not little diamond chips or little diamond accents. These are real diamonds set into this bezel, framing 2 carats of diamonds underneath the sapphire crystal. Notice how we even put the Swiss Legend logo on the back of the sapphire crystal. So that way we didn't have to take up any more real estate underneath that crystal that couldn't be used for diamonds. Ceramic cabochon on your screwed down crown. A solid ceramic bracelet and case. That combined with the scratch resistance of diamonds and sapphire, as Wiley said in our top 10, this truly is a diamond tank. When you purchase ceramic, you are guaranteed a watch that is always going to look brand new. So you could wear this every single day, truly to anything life throws at you, and you never have to worry about banging it up, beating it up. Can you imagine that 3-carat diamond watch you might have at home getting scratched if it's stainless steel or if it's gold? Here, that's never ever going to happen with ceramic.
We like to think of it as a watch of elegance for an accident-prone lady.
Basically me.
Well, I was going to say that, but I'm glad you admitted it.
Here, we've also brought you our holiday pricing. Holiday pricing usually comes into effect, of course, around November, December time, Christmas and Hanukkah and whatnot. And that's what we've brought you here today on the show. $500. $100 down buys you 3 carats of diamonds in a ceramic watch. Ceramic watches themselves are about $300–400. Here, you get a Swiss-made movement with a 5-year warranty. You get 100 meters of water resistance. Yes, it's elegant, but this is a watch that is also an incredible value just for the components alone. Those of you out there who are engaged or married or have been married before, you know how expensive diamonds can be. Here, you have 3 carats of them for $100 a month, interest-free. 67419. If you wait until after midnight on Sunday, price goes up over $1,000 more. And then it's a bit more fair. Please take advantage now while the price is still just $500. We have very limited quantity of this watch. I don't want anyone to miss out on it. $100 a month is what you would spend on one nice dinner out with your significant other.
There's nothing at Chipotle that costs that much.
If you eat with me, it sounds like a challenge, Wiley. 67419. Quick mention on a watch that I own, a super sporty watch, but it's actually the exact same size as that Ceramica. It's inspired by that 39mm diamond Ceramica. It's the 39mm Titanium. This is a watch that is all ceramic once again, except now you've got a gunmetal dial to match the titanium carbide coating. That is titanium over ceramic. Here, the entire watch is going to look like it was dipped in chrome, but be incredibly scratch resistant. It's the same exact size as that diamond Ceramica, except you've got a sporty design here. Sapphire crystal, genuine Swiss Super Luminova on your 2 hands, so you can get Lume after dark. 100 meters of water resistance, 5-year warranty on the Swiss-made ISA movement inside. 4 payments, $32.50 each, just over $1 a day. 209562. Swiss-made Swiss Legend here for $130. Of the Swiss-made Swiss Legend men's watches currently available, this is my favorite, gentlemen, and in this exact color combo.
This is such an elegant looking watch, and maybe we don't want you to lose a beat on this, because the contrast between that beautiful navy blue dial and that black bezel really looks stunning. Now again, it is an all Swiss made watch. So when you take a look at that, just for a second, we're not going to dwell on this long because we only have about an hour left in the program. And we have done. But we have so much more to show you and other great values. But you know, we do have to kind of tout one of our own brands just for a moment. And just like you and I have both said to the audience before, we think this is one of the best values out there. For under $130 to get a Swiss-made watch, to realize that you are getting so much value within this. I mean, just take a look at how slimline the watch is, what a classic look there is all the way through this watch. And you notice how the lugs right there are bending just enough so that regardless of the size of your wrist, notice that they'll drop all the way down. You see how I'm saying that this will allow the bracelet? That's not always the case. Sometimes a bracelet can only go so far, and then maybe one or two of the links are designed to stop right there. This can accommodate the smallest of wrists to the largest of wrists. And I think you're going to see that this watch looks stunning. And take a look at the lume on this. Now I'm going to throw the watch on the wrist. Megan, you remember the size of this?
So this is the thing. This is a watch that's actually an optical illusion. This watch is going to measure at about 43 millimeters. But on the wrist, it will wear a bit larger than that. So gentlemen, it will wear closer to a 44 and a half, nearly 45 millimeter, even though it measures smaller. I mean, can't you see? It's a bigger watch on the wrist as far as the appearance it gives.
And you know, I think part of that is that the dial and the bezel kind of blend in, so when you look at it at a certain angle, it looks wider. But notice at how the bezel kind of just jets out a little to the left and right of the case. So it does look like it wears larger than its measured size. All of this Swiss luxury for under $130. We can tell you right now that in the coming months, as we add to the Swiss Legend collection, the LUCIEN PICCARD collection, the Alenia Barocas collection, even Ben & Sons, the prices are going up. We're not sad to say that because we believe that's what they are priced at, but we are so glad that we're going to see them really kind of back where they should be. But for those of you right now that can get in, particularly for an all Swiss-made watch for under $130, jump in on it. Only $32.50 to get it home. That's your first of 4 stress-free, interest-free payments, 279149, the Swiss Legend Meridian. The Superman watch, because you'll swear you're looking right through it, and you are. The Sterling Original Symphony Gadsby. Take a peek. I'm going to hold this at an angle that you can see right through it. The Symphony Gadsby is one of those watches. Look at that. Of course, there is your entire movement encased within this watch. But look at how they have made it look as if it is floating all the way through. Not just a Cristerna crystal, high curvature on that, high curvature in the case, but look through that Cristerna crystal through the back into that watch. The high mirror polish that you're seeing is all the way around. Oh, you guys do such a good job with camera work that you're staring right into that movement. Absolutely beautiful. I can't tell you how wonderfully soft this luxurious leather strap is. It's croco embossed, so it looks like crocodile or lizard, but absolutely comfortable in the hand. Uber slimline. The watch is in high mirror polish. Again, Cristerna crystals, both front and back. And you have a simple 3-hand configuration. You can see in that beauty shot right there, the hour, the minute, continuously operating sweep hand. But notice that even though they've went minimalistically on the dial with just an Arabic numeral 12 at the top, but you have the seconds indicators all the way around so that you can still see all the way down to the seconds. The watch, even though it's a luxury watch, has 50 meters of water resistance. And of course, the movement inside is a Swiss quartz movement, which means it's going to be accurate to within 10 to 15 seconds per month. And that's going to make it far more accurate than any automatic that you're going to have out there. It's going to be running at 32 kilohertz, which is going to give it that level of accuracy, just like every quartz movement out there, unless it is a bull of a precisionist.
This is so cool.
It really is.
It almost looks like the Swiss Legend Bella I'm wearing. It sort of has that hourglass shape to the case.
Put the Bella in there and let folks see. Ladies, if you really like your watch and you want to get something for that gentleman out there, or you like this for yourself as a maybe a gift to yourself, but in a slightly larger size, do not hesitate on this watch because it's going to look great. Folks, it's only $325 is the list price for all of that luxury. The $99 price point that you would normally get day in and day out is the wow price. Aren't you glad? You know, they just had to do a close-up of my eyeball to focus the camera, and everyone looked at the monitor that shows what's coming up next, and they thought, that is a scary watch. And it's not. Not the price, certainly, at $54.99. Look at that. I mean, would your boyfriend wear this?
Yeah, he would like something.
Because
like
I know
this.
that he likes very business watches, very, very classic. Is this too dressy for him?
No, not at all. He has to dress up in a suit every day.
Would you wear this?
I would wear my Swiss Legend Bella and get that for him.
You've chosen wisely, because that's 2 watches from us, which is the best way to do it. Make sure you get 2 watches today. Is it really the last hour of the show?
We have made it to our 3rd and final hour of the day, but not to fret, because we will be back out here again tomorrow with an all-new lineup. And right now at WorldofWatches.tv, you can see all of these items from the past 2 hours and from the 3 hours for tomorrow as well. We don't want to waste any more time. You already know the deal. Everything is on 4, 5, and 6 stress-free payments. So we're going to jump right into a preview of what is coming up in our 3rd and final hour today. Starting with a LUCIEN PICCARD Monteviso. 178667, 48 millimeters. Now, I remember when this watch first debuted, way back in the day. This was really the first oversized LUCIEN PICCARD watch that our company designed. And it was to answer the request of so many of our male viewers out there who said, I have to dress up for work, I prefer classic looking watches, but I'm a bigger guy. I've got an 8-inch wrist, I've got a larger wrist. A 40 millimeter watch looks a little bit ridiculous on my wrist. Here is for the gentleman, whether you've got a larger wrist or not, that craves a bigger size with still a classic dial layout. And for only $50 here, you get a very cool color combo. You've got some gold plating that's all brushed with a light, almost putty gray dial. 5-year warranty on that chronograph movement, and then it's all attached with a black leather strap. $12.50 gets this watch home. That's it. Put $12.50 on any major credit card, we ship the watch, and then it becomes the Swiss Legend.
Kaboom. One of my favorite watches is the Swiss Legend World Timer. And there is, just back me up on this, Megan.
Oh, where are we going?
Chipotle. But I want you to take a look at this watch and tell me, is this not one of the best values for the program? Because this watch truly, I mean, when you pick it up, you realize the feel of the watch, the weight of the watch, the construction of the watch, this top drawer. You see those 2 crowns up there, one to set the time and the other functionality of the watch, but also that additional crown for the inner rotating bezel. This World Timer allows you to pick any time in the world, and with a mere rotation of that secondary crown, if you've got that friend in Tel Aviv, in Africa, which you do,
I do,
and you have, my son is talking about doing travel for studying abroad.
Already he wants to talk about studying abroad. He's been in college a week.
I know, he wants to go to Greece to study.
Oh, fabulous.
And this watch will tell him how much longer it's going to take of him getting a
before
job
he can
and
buy,
working, and you're going to do this on your own. You can see what your friends in Greece are doing at midnight. Folks, this watch is truly a great value. I'm glad you said that. And the orange dial really pops on this.
Yeah, it is cool.
Do not let this watch get away from you. I think it's one of the best values in the show, and for $25, you are going to get that watch home. That's your first of 4 stress-free payments, and it's the World Timer.
Right up after that, something sporty from ESQ by Movado. This features not a Swiss-made watch as Movado is, but a Swiss-made movement inside. You get that ESQ Movado name here, and we are saving you actually over half off. $70 is the total price. What's fun about this watch is it's oversized at, I believe, 43 millimeters, but it's super lightweight because it's all done in polycarbonate and rubber and silicone. It's all done in a khaki color too, with a black dial. $70 down from $200. Again, that is with a Swiss-made movement. 4 payments of $17.50 brings it home. 277-695.
It's silly to get an ESQ for under $70.
I know.
Oh, speaking of watches, this is going to be welcome to the Ingersoll Show, because every single time we put up Ingersoll watches, people just stampede out the door, and rightly so when you have things such as the Bison collection. But this is the limited edition Arkansas automatic. It's a fully functioning chronograph and multifunction. You're going to love this watch. There is bits of bright work throughout the leather strap, and you can see the metal rivets through there. This is a somewhat modern design, but it has a little bit of a vintage feel to it. You can see it a little bit in the hands and the subdials, and in just the construction of the watch. It really has an old world feel to it. 281789 will get you the Ingersoll Limited Edition Arkansas, and at under $130. I mean, there are folks like Bobby and others out there that we know are watchers of the show that once they got the taste of Ingersoll, they've got to have more. And this automatic is one you're going to want for your collection. Can't wait to show it to you in person. And look what's coming out.
37 millimeter Carry Crystal from Michael Kors, my hot pick of the show today. I went right to the wrist so you could see how pretty this is. This is that sparkly stunner, ladies. If you are looking for something that, believe it or not, construction-wise, super low profile, but visually really does pack a punch. You've got what I'm calling the crystal sun on that mother of pearl dial. All crystals. In fact, notice even that outer edge of the dial is totally encrusted with crystals. And that's all underneath the actual crystal or the glass of your watch. 37 millimeters, an incredibly slimline design all the way around. You've got Austrian crystals set to look like diamonds around the bezel, on all four lugs, and even down the first third of the bracelet. All of the stainless steel is done in a mirror polished rose tone, and you've got your screwed in case back that allows for 50 meters of water resistance. We took over $100 off that retail price, and even better, we are giving you 5 interest-free payments. You could never walk into that department store right now and save over $100 on this Michael Kors, plus pay it off over 5 months. And yet with us, you can do that every single day. 257-139, my hot pick of the show and one of the best sellers.
Also one of the best sellers.
The number one seller.
Because, you know, I don't have to do anything. I mean, I could so be a talking head right now, and the watch is going to do all it needs to just by being seen. That's because it's a $10,000 watch for $5,400. Do you need to say more? It's a Breitling. The Chronomat 44 is the 44 millimeter version in the Chronomat series. There is also a 41 millimeter, and Breitling has, sizes, down to 38 to this 44 millimeter, which is a bold size with the Breitling B04 movement. That's the Breitling B01 with a GMT. You can see it's a 3-hand configuration, the hour, the minute, and a continuously operating sweep hand at the 9 o'clock position is a small seconds. You also have 2 additional subdials, and you can see that there's also a beautiful bracelet on this watch. Jewelry quality, fully functioning chronograph, screw down pushers, and it's of course a certified chronometer. 200 meters of water resistance, 47 joule automatic. You're gonna love this watch. And apparently a lot of you have, because you've been buying them. $10,000, not here at Swiss Watch International. We're gonna offer it at just at under $8,000. But for the show, $5,499.99. We guarantee it's the lowest price. In fact, we want you to Google it. Try to find it for less. We guarantee that you can't. You shop with confidence with us. And to make it easy, we're one of the only folks that'll put it on 6 stress-free, interest-free payments, $916.66. That's your first payment. We are delighted to have it, and we want it on your wrist as soon as possible. Now, shifting gears.
A brand new watch we have never aired on the shows before. Big, bold watch, too.
And you know what? This is ridiculously light.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Okay, maybe part of it's a little bit of carbon fiber added to it. Maybe it's the fact that it doesn't have a heavy bracelet. And even the strap is so lightweight, being in this nylon.
I always like nylon straps.
This is what I've heard. But as we... Sorry, it's just... It's a rumor here. I want you to just take a look at this beautiful 3-hand configuration. And one of the things that you're left-handed, which means you're in your right mind, unlike me. That means you have the ability to wear this watch, and the crown is going to be exactly where you would have it.
Absolutely.
But because some folks who maybe are very athletic and they might wear this watch, don't you love the canteen style protector over this?
Absolutely. I like that because it almost looks like a modified, like a diver watch, a Russian diver style watch.
Here's what you're going to like. Now, I'm going to put the watch on as I normally would, which would be right side up to me, upside down for you. Now, when you see this, your first thought may be, okay, you realize that we can't necessarily see the watch as well. Well, I can see it the way I would wear it. And here's what's going to be interesting. Larger watch, and as I slip this on my wrist, I want you to take a peek right here and realize the beauty of this lefty configuration. Yes, it's upside down. As we come into the live shot, notice this is the way I would wear the watch. That way when I tilt it, it's right side up. Large watch. One of the problems with large watches is when you bend your wrist, you run into the crown. Here, the crown is oversized, and with a canteen protector over it, I don't run into it. So if you're an athletic person, maybe you're a person that's out in the water, you notice that when I lean down, it does not allow the crown. Now, for you lefties, you get the benefit of the crown being in the right spot. As I flip this over and put it on the way it normally would be worn, you'll see why this is important. Notice if I do something, oh, come back.
Come back.
You notice this is what happens with a larger, sorry. You know, there would have been one more piece of driftwood for him if she had just stayed in the lifeboat. Can we all agree on that? It's her fault.
People at home cannot hear that we're talking about Titanic right now.
I'm sorry. I was talking about Titanic, people. Somebody said it sounds like Titanic when she said come back. And it's her fault he's dead. There, I've said it. Notice that because they've put this crown in the right spot, that it does not bump the wrist. That's one of the perks. Look at the watch. Tell me, do you like it? I think so. You have the carbon fiber in the bezel. You have the easy-to-read, almost military-style dial. You have the fully functioning secondary dial there at the 12 o'clock position. That's for your sweep hand, and you have a lot of style. Don't let it get away from you. $599, well, that's a lot of money. $238 is a value price. $99 is a steal. Congratulations to all of you who've picked that up. Absolutely gorgeous all the way around. 280913 for the Glam Rock Racetrack.
Coming up right after that, the A-Line Marina chronograph. This is a 40mm ceramic watch from one of our own brands. And this is a great example of how we here as a company are able to bring you, as the consumer, incredible value with things that you see out in retail, such as a ceramic watch. Ceramic is incredibly expensive because, of course, it is hypoallergenic, it is non-corrosive, it is non-porous, and it is scratch resistant. And being that it is the most popular material in watches currently, it is in a high degree of demand, which is why lots of watch brands design ceramic and make them so expensive. But here with us, you are paying, again, that almost factory direct price. You get a full navy blue. That's what's really fun about this. All navy blue ceramic watch, matching the navy blue accents inside the dial and that crisp white. It has a really pretty, very almost preppy design, very comfortable, lightweight, and again, an $85 price for you on a watch that is always going to look brand new. How amazing is that? 155-363, 4 payments of $21.25.
I am so glad that we have had Glam Rock on the show. And the Air Racetrack, you know, it could have been easy to bypass this watch. Do not, for a moment, pause to get this one. The black IP plating on this with the black aluminum is absolutely, I mean, this does not feel like any other watch. It is super lightweight. I love the matte finish that is on here. And I hope you're catching that pop of blue that is throughout that dial right here in the inner chapter ring on the tachometer. You have the carbon fiber dial underneath. You have the hourglass style, 2 additional subdials for the chronograph that I think this is stunning. This is one of the watches that the moment I picked it up, I went, okay, this is a watch people are going to want. Now, fully functioning chronograph start, stop, and there's your reset right there. There is a look and feel to this watch that is not quite like the others. I love the fact that you have the dual push button, dual deployant clasp on there that's going to make it easy to get over the hand and put on the wrist. But there's just something about this watch that if you had to pick one watch, it was going to look a little different. This is going to be one of the ones that I want you to consider. Now I'm going to slip this on my wrist. I want you to be able to take a look to see how easily this goes on to a 6 3/4 inch wrist. It's not too large. Megan, what size do you think this is?
This is a 48mm. I know it is.
Is it really that big?
But that's the thing, is because it's all made out of aluminum, it's so incredibly lightweight, making this a great option if you want to maybe start getting into wearing bigger watches, but you're worried about the fact that it might be too heavy on the wrist.
You notice how that inner chapter ring right there that's in blue kind of just encircles the inner dial? and it just kind of looks like that's where the eye stops, is right there. The watch does not look or feel large at all. Now, the next watch we're going to show you in just a second is a large watch, just like this is, but it's going to be a bit more elegant. Folks, I just want to make sure you have a chance to see this beautiful glam rock, realize that the Air Racetrack is a perfect watch to wear, and look at what's coming up right behind it if you want a larger watch with a bit of a luxury feel.
Also a 48 millimeter. We've got two variations to show you here. First one, rose and putty gray. Interesting color combination, right?
Yes, and you know my mantra. It needs to be different. We don't like, well, I say we. I don't like watches that look like everybody else's watches. Why do I want that? I don't want to go to the restaurant and order the same thing over and over and over again. There's a reason. There's a whole menu there. And maybe you in your watch collecting over the years has ended up buying a lot of the same thing, and they're beautiful. You may love it. This is time to branch out, and the Montevisa is really one of those watches that you can do just that, because you get a larger style, but you also get a classic configuration from a name that has been around, for since what, 1923, 1924, 1923. So Lucien PICCARD is one of those watches that has been an elegant designer. It's been certainly a luxury and a dress watchmaker, and here you are with all of that, but in a very larger modern style. Take a look. You have a fully functioning chronograph. A simple hit of that pusher is going to give you your start and your stop, and of course your reset. The watch looks great. You have 3 sub-dial configurations, and you also happen to have a date complication between the 4 and 5 o'clock position. You're also going to love, look at how soft this padded strap is on this watch. And you would sometimes, when you can see this kind of look, you don't get a whole lot of lume, but take a look at the lume on this watch. Okay, that looks really cool, all the way down to the sub-dials having lume on there. Of course, there's 100 meters of water resistance. You have a reliable Japanese quartz movement in there that's going to be accurate to within 10 to 15 seconds per month, a Sapphitech crystal, and of course, it's all 316L stainless steel. As I put the watch on my 6 3/4 inch wrist, you're going to see that it is incredibly comfortable to wear. Megan, what's the size of this?
This is a 48 millimeter.
See, I just can't believe this is the same size as that other watch. I don't trust myself on this. This looks and feels like it wears a little larger, but it is still incredibly comfortable. Now that dial takes up a lot of real estate, but I mean, don't you want them to see the color in that dial and the beautiful look of that case? The one thing you get with a larger watch is a larger case, so that's a bit more of that beautiful rose tone gold IP plating. Notice that I could cinch this down even tighter. There's a generous amount of that strap if I wanted to have this on a larger wrist. I think for under $50, you're getting an awful lot of watch. There are folks that certainly have paid that $300 and $400 price point. Not you. You don't have to do that. $259 is what it'll be after midnight on Sunday. But right now, you're able to get that at such a discounted price.
Now, you're more traditional, so I know you like the yellow gold over the rose. Is that right?
I do. I don't know what it is, but there are times if I already had a watch or a look in fact, I'm getting ready to order one of our watches here.
Oh, yeah?
In the rose gold.
Oh, look at you.
I couldn't help it. And this is very traditional. Maybe you'll be able to see just a slight difference in the color variation. I think the rose gold is a little bit more muted. The yellow in this does pop, and the studio lights are capturing it perfectly right there, all the way through the rose gold, the regular gold plating, the yellow gold in the chapter rings of the sub-dials. The watch, of course, is that same 3-hand configuration, 3 additional sub-dials for your chronograph, as well as a date complication between the 4 and 5 o'clock. Now, Megan, I know you like rose gold, but between the two, which one do you like better?
I do like rose. I just like,
this?
yeah, I like that it's a little bit, again, different. Rose is always a bit more unique to see because you don't see it as often. But going for traditional, I think the yellow gold is probably a better bet.
Just as the light was reflecting off that, you could see that really does pop. Under $50, only $12.50 gets it home. That's your first of 4 stress-free payments. If this is a watch you're interested in, realize we're going to pay for shipping. We're going to guarantee it's the lowest price. So go ahead and give us a call at 877-969-8818. And remember, there's always a 30-day money-back guarantee. Coming up next.
Coming up next, we've had a couple nautical-inspired watches on the show today. 282-947, the Lotus Renault from TW Steel. Did I pronounce that right?
Renault.
Renault, that was embarrassing.
That's okay, it's French. Lotus is British, Renault is French. And this, just as you said, we had certainly some nautical theme watches. Here we're pulling from the automobile industry. Lotus has been known for their sports cars, and other sports car companies actually pay Lotus to tune their car suspensions.
Wow.
Renault, of course, the French company Renault, has been making cars for a number of years, and certainly their racing heritage is a wonderful pedigree. This is TW Steel, certainly paying homage to the racing industry, the automobile industry, and giving us a watch that literally has the bezel riveted on. And do you like the gold studs, the gold rivets that are within this?
I do, very much.
And I love the pops of gold within the pushers and on the crown. And just that little bit of gold that's on the sweep hand. Now, you would think that when you have a watch that's kind of blacked and grayed out, that it's going to be difficult to tell the time. Not at all. You notice that they have designed it in such a way that at a glance, all the way down to a tenth of a second, you can tell the time. Pushers at the 2 o'clock is our start and stop, and there's our reset right there, and it is so fluid. Turn it around, and of course you're going to see there is your homage to the Lotus and Renault racing teams, and you can see the all steel. It's all stainless steel on the watch, water resistant to 100 meters, and of course it's that fully functioning chronograph. You're going to love the black silicone strap. It is as soft and supple as any watch strap out there. Try doing that with your strap at home. It might not be that flexible. That's how comfortable it is on the wrist, and I am delighted to put this on the wrist.
You know, it's interesting. TW Steel, as far as going out into the masses and being considered a luxury brand, had a similar story to how Hublot was. How Hublot, it really took some time before people got into their designs. TW Steel was the same.
Does this look a little bit, I mean, I know
it has an inspired design.
I really can't compare the two, but now that you say that, I think this looks great. And for under $180, folks, go ahead and Google it. See what a special edition watch like the Lotus Renault Special Edition is going to cost you. The $950 price point, somebody in the world is paying that. The $399 price is a bargain, but at $179 to get what looks like a custom-made watch home, you notice that I have it practically on the tightest configuration, and look, there is still a generous amount of that strap if you had a much larger wrist. And even there's bright work in part of what's going on in the buckle there. And I love the fact that they have not left the details out on this watch. $179, only $36 gets it home. That's your first of 5 stress-free payments, 282947 for the TW Steel Lotus Renault chronograph.
Moving on to the 46mm Swiss Legend Traveler 262368. This is one of those watches that's a great, dare I say, safe watch, perhaps. We do have the Traveler available also in a chronograph on our website, but the three-hand, it's just an easy, I would say, weekend watch, a little bit more casual. Casual Friday, if you will.
I love the fact that you think a $400 watch is casual.
I know.
And I think part of it, it fools us that the $44 price makes us forget it's a $400 watch. Now, without bending the strap or anything else, I'm just going to hold the watch like this, and I want you to see the natural shape that leather goes into. You notice how some watches, the leather is completely straightened out and flat, and you could lay the watch down. Not so much here. This is designed to be anatomically correct for the wrist. I mean, it flows. The leather blends right in with the case, and it flows right down the side of those lugs. Take a look. I think the pops of blue really do bring out the watch. You can see it in our beauty shot, and you can even see as we come in even closer on this watch. There is such a beauty to it, and there's a simplicity to it. 3-hand configuration, hour, minute, continuously operating sweep hand. You have a date complication there at the 3 o'clock position. Look at that. I think that looks stunning. And for those of you who do enjoy being able to tell military time, you notice that if you're using the outer chapter ring, which has Roman numerals, you're going to get the traditional time, 1 through 12, but you also have an inner chapter ring that you can see if you want to be able to tell through military time. I think that's very clever. You're going to love the record style dial that's on the that's within the dial. And you're also going to love the great curvature that's within that crystal. It mimics the curvature in the watch. $44.99, that's your first and only payment, or you can put this at 4, believe it or not, stress-free payments at only $11.25. Now, you need to see that even though it's a 46 millimeter case, it fits perfectly on my wrist because of that built-in curvature.
Yeah, I think it has something to do with the way the case and the lugs are, because if this was on a bracelet, it would have a solid end link bracelet.
That's right.
And it's almost like the same feature is mimicked even with leather.
And do you remember which watch it was? I don't remember off the top of my head right now, but there's one of, it was a Momo design that we marveled at how they had mated up the leather strap to the case. And you'll notice at a fraction of the price at only $44. We've done one a watch that was probably $300 or $400 or more. Look at how that seamlessly blends right there. By having a solid metal lug underneath that's allowing this to attach to it, it looks seamless. So you're getting the look of a watch that costs hundreds of dollars more for only $44.99. Let me just stress to you, you get it home for $11.25 or $44.99 in one payment. 262368 will get you the Swiss Legend Traveler with the black genuine leather strap and that beautiful textured white dial.
All right, this is something that's very different from SEIKO that we've actually never aired on the show before.
You're going to love this. Now, you know, Megan and I, if you get a chance, maybe you're bored, you can't sleep at night, and you want to go to the World of Watches website and you want to hear us a little bit more, we happen to have educational and instructional videos.
I was waiting to see where you were going with that.
Well.
It's like, if you're bored.
So many funny things to say. Friends and family, the Recraft series is a kinetic watch. Basically, here's how watches work in 30 seconds or less. You might have an automatic watch or a mechanical watch. They're going to be powered either manually by winding a crown, let's say with a mechanical watch, and it's going to wind a spring and it's going to cause all the good stuff on the inside to move. If you happen to have an automatic watch, the motion of your wrist is going to power it, and it's going to power up the springs, which are going to make all the gears and stuff inside move. It's going to power the watch. If you have a quartz watch, you have a battery on the inside, and it's going to take motion. It's going to take the electricity and cause motion to take place within the quartz tuning fork that's on the inside, and it's going to be able to tell time. If you have a solar watch, such as the SEIKO Solar or one of the Echo Drives from Citizen, it's going to take sunlight or natural light and cause it to be powered. This watch is kinetic. It simply means it has a battery on the inside that is powered by that rotor. So you're never going to have to change the battery, but the mere motion of your wrist is going to cause this rotor to rotate. That's going to convert that into electricity and help keep the battery charged. It is going to have a 6-month power reserve, and it's going to have the caliber 5M82 on the inside. You have a screw down back that's going to allow you to see into the watch. Also, it's environmentally friendly because you're not disposing of, with the multiple sellings of SEIKO watches, can you imagine all the batteries?
Yeah, of course.
By switching to the kinetic movement, it's going to have a permanently installed power cell on the inside, and the motion of your wrist and body is going to cause the watch to be powered. How cool is that?
I love that you also get the power reserve indicator on it.
Yes, because you don't always know how much energy you have stored inside. This allows you at a glance to be able to see that.
It's really cool, and I like that it's done in that bright yellow, so it sort of just pops.
And this, yeah, it's absolutely cool, and it's also yellow within that hand. $395 for all of that craftsmanship from SEIKO, but you're going to get it for $151 after midnight on Sunday. But right now, the show price, $119.99. $30 to get it home. That's your first of 4 stress-free payments. We'll even pay for shipping, and you don't have to hunt for a coupon to do just that. Congratulations to all of you who are picking it up. You've got a beautiful watch with a lot of style, and I really like the color. It's not quite, I wouldn't say it's black. Would you say there's a little bit of a slight other color in there?
Yeah, it almost has like a gunmetal sheen to it, but it is very, very dark.
Yeah, the beauty shot on there is not quite capturing just a little bit more a gray.
Almost like a rhodium plating.
That's exactly what it looks like. 285369, the SEIKO Kinetic.
Moving on to that world timer that we were talking about in the preview. You know, one of the things that we do when we are doing product videos is Wiley and I also do informational videos. So what we actually have on our YouTube channel are videos that can teach you different things, such as how to use the tachymeter scale, how to set a GMT, and another one included is how to set a world timer. And so what I'm going to do right now is show you exactly how that works. And it's very, very cool and very easy to do. You've got a 46 millimeter world timer here. This is a great value, this watch, not just in the fact that the materials are so thick and heavy. You've got all 316L surgical grade stainless steel. You've got a Swiss-made chronograph quartz movement, a 5-year warranty on the Safetec on the Swiss-made movement, and then a 10-year warranty on the Safetec crystal. Now what I'm going to do is, just to get us to an even time, I'm setting my time for 10 o'clock. Now I'm going to work with our cameraman here to get in as close as possible so I can show you how you set a world timer function here. It's very, very easy to do. You will notice you've got this 10 o'clock crown. It's a bit different because it's got that knurling texture on it. That operates that omnidirectional inner dial ring that, as you can see, is listed with all of the major world times on there, all the major world cities that would feature different time zones. So if it's 10 o'clock here, I'm going to use that little crown, and I am going to set up our corresponding city, which would be New York. So I'm just looking around that little dial ring to find New York, and I actually have to go all the way over this way to get to it. Actually, you know what, just in the interest of time, let's just set it for this one right here. Here we go. So what you would do is you would set your home time. So here I am setting my time to be Numia. So if it's 10 o'clock in Numia, now what I can do is look around. You set it up for the currently displayed hour. Do not look at the 24-hour ring. That comes later. You set it up based on the currently displayed hour. So here, if it is 10 p.m. in Numia, now I look all the way around this dial, and I want to know what time it is on the East Coast. That is where you then find your corresponding city and line it up to that 24-hour ring. So if it is 10 p.m. in Numia, then looking around, I find New York, and it's pointing to the 0400 hours. So if it's 10 p.m. in Numia, it is 4 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast of North America. So that way you can see the different times there. Set it one time and forget it. It is that easy to do. And you don't have to wait for a certain time of day to set your world timer. You can set it any time you want. So whatever the closest hour is from where you are now. 5-year warranty on the Swiss ISA 8172 day-date quartz chronograph movement. Because it's a 46 millimeter case, I do think it's better to pass it over to Wiley, who can show you how easy it is for a man to wear it on the wrist. And you like this with that bright orange dial.
I do, because there's, I can think of the watch dials that I have, and I have things that maybe have a pop of yellow in it. I certainly have green because it's one of my favorite colors. Orange always stands out. There's just kind of a bit of adventure to it. It really does contrast very well with the bright work in the stainless steel. You can see certainly there's a satin finish as well as the high mirror polish. I love the fact that the tachymeter style bezel is also in high mirror polish. And that orange is just nice. My son happens to have a watch that he loves that I bought him years ago that has an orange dial. And I haven't really seen a whole lot of them out there. So you're going to love it. There is great value within this Swiss Legend, and you certainly have described it. Now, there is another variation of this watch. I'm going to leave this one out so that folks can take a peek at it. But there's another, if you're going to pick something that's going to be maybe a little bit more upscale, can we say that?
Yeah, it is. It's definitely more of a high roller look, if you will.
Okay, take a peek, and we can do a side-by-side, and you can take a peek at these and see what you think. It almost, because of the black bezel, looks like a different watch. When I glanced over, I thought, is that it? Yeah, it is. It's the same watch, but look how different they look. Okay, I really like both of these for different reasons. And at the price point, you could buy 7 of these watches before you got to that $695 price.
That's kind of crazy.
But that's the truth.
Yeah, I know.
And I don't understand how we do it, other than the fact that I'm thankful that we do, because, I can feel this watch, and I realize the weight. I can feel the solid links. I know how difficult it is to do the gold plating. I've been back there when, you know, they're designing these things and you just go, okay, there's too much put in here. How can you do it? This has got to be hundreds of dollars. Even the wow price of $199 is a steal. And now I can feel this watch and I know the quality. And exactly what you said, Megan, 5 years? How old will some folks be in 5 years when the warranty wears out on the movement and the watch is still going to be going? And then you've got a 10-year warranty on the crystal. I mean, how old will you be before that warranty? Not you particularly, because you never ask a lady her age. Folks, the Swiss Legend World Timer is a great value in the watch world, and we know it, and we hope you do too. So we want this to come home to you. $695, way too much. $200, that's right about the right price. $99 is a steal. $25 to get home. It's your first of four stress-free payments. We're glad to offer it to you. Go ahead and pick one of those up. Don't wait. We'll wait right here. Operators are standing by. Coming up next is,
213515. This is a 41 millimeter Swiss Legend throttle for the ladies. All ceramic, more of an aggressive design. It actually wears on the wrist like a 42 millimeter. All done in solid scratch-resistant ceramic with this baby blue dial. It's definitely a sportier, dare I say, more aggressive ceramic design than, say, the Ceramica or the Titania. But that's what we love so much, is being able to give so many different options. You've got a ton of Swiss Super Luminova on the dial there, so after dark, the dial will glow. 100 meters of water resistance, so you never have to take this watch off. And yes, if you're like me and you see a watch that's white and you're concerned about, I don't want to wear a watch that's dirty, I understand that. But ceramic, being that it's non-porous, no stains, no colors, no odors, no nothing will ever get on this watch. It will truly always look brand new. 213515. Moving on to a watch that is such a no-brainer, and especially at this price. We have dropped the price. We've actually done 50% off of what our normal televised price is for this watch. The Swiss Legend Commander is a flagship watch at World of Watches. The Commander itself has been around for about 10 years in many different styles and variations. We have a few of those variations on our website. But the ladies version, in a 36 millimeter that wears larger than that. When you measure a watch, you go diagonally on that circular shape. Here, though, because the lugs are a little bit thicker, the watch is going to wear about 2 millimeters larger on the wrist. But Commanders are some of the most curved Swiss Legend watches designed. So with the integrated silicone strap and the curvature on the case and lugs, this watch will wear like it was custom tailored for your exact wrist. I love the little bit of texture done in the center chapter of the dial. My favorite feature is the Swiss Super Luminova. You have a ton of Swiss Super Luminova. You also have a 200 meter professional grade dive watch. Now let's think about this for a moment. 200 meter professional grade diver with a Swiss made movement, with a 5-year warranty on that movement, and then the Sapphitech crystal. A sapphire-like crystal on this watch that we warranty against scratching for 10 years. Thinking about all of that, plus this incredible fit, it's $40. Now, that's not 4 payments of $40, which I actually think would be fair. It is $10 down right here, right now. Go into any sporting goods store, go into any watch store, or even the kiosks in the mall, and tell them you want a Swiss-made movement, 200 meters of water resistance, real Swiss Super Luminova, and 316L surgical grade steel. Forget about the proprietary crystal, because you'll never find that. Forget about the warranties we offer. Just those basic components alone, you will not find a watch anywhere for $40 that has this quality. And yet with the Swiss Legend Commander, that's what we're giving you right here, right now. I like that it's in a black and silver tone, so it's sportier, it's easier to wear, because it's going to go with more in your wardrobe, ladies. This is your gym watch, your beach watch. 94054. It's also your professional grade diver.
That is probably one of the craziest prices
Absolutely.
and one of the best values on the show. Folks, you know, since we've reintroduced to you, brought back to you Momo Design, Momo Design is an Italian automotive specialty group. They specialize in automobile accessories such as steering wheels, seats, and other custom parts to just take up the level on an automobile. When they put their hand to watch design, you knew it had to be really cool. You know, these are Italian-made, Italian-designed watches. The highway chronograph certainly is paying homage to the automobile industry. When you look into that dial, you see really there's two sides to it. You have the carbon fiber and then the matte finish side, and they both look awesome. You can also see, you ever notice that there's just a bit of two different looks within the strap? One side has the lines running down it and one does not. So it is kind of almost a two-faced watch.
This is also this Momo Design watch. It premiered on our shows about 2 weeks ago, and this collection has been one of the best-selling collections in the past few weeks.
I love the fact that instead of, you know, having crown protectors or pusher protectors, they've just kind of slightly recessed them so that they are near the bezel, and it makes it easy for them to stay protected without having to have something bulky over them. You also notice even the crown is just barely peeking out under there. There is your start, your stop, and of course your reset right there. And look at the profile of the watch. You know,
so cool.
You know it's going to be just the right fit. Now the watch case is going to be stainless steel and aluminum, so there is a very, very lightweight feel to this all the way around. And you're going to love the fact that you have the pry apart dual deploy it. I have a small wrist but a large hand, so if I size the watches right, sometimes it's hard to get them on. Not so with this. It's very easy to fit that onto the wrist.
You know what's interesting? I wish we would have had a chance to show this,
what
but
show?
just all the customization. So show the case back really quick if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
You can see that's the Momo Design. When we get this shot for you, you can see something. I just like to pull out different things like this. You can see the case back has the Momo Design logo. You can also see that the texturing on the inside of the strap has that Momo Design logo. And then when you turn it back around, you will see that logo on that chrono hand, just on the tip there.
Look at you.
You see that?
You've got such good eyeballs.
Nothing gets by me.
Well, I just love the fact.
It's the glasses. These are my super glasses.
No, I didn't even recognize you. It's like just like Clark Kent. But the watch is sillily comfortable on the wrist because you would think that, you know, it's being a little bit larger, maybe with it coming from, you know, the silicone straps sometimes are not always supple. Some of them are a little harder than others. This is incredibly soft, and it is a perfect fit. I mean, look at that. There is no gapping. There is nothing there. It is almost like it is custom made for you. And there's a generous amount so that once you're able to size that down and the deployment closes, it's going to be a perfect fit every single time. Would your boyfriend wear this one?
Absolutely. Actually, I was just thinking he would wear it. We have other colors available on our website. Some of them I would be willing to bet are available at WorldofWatches.tv with the $100 price and stress-free payments. We might even see another one in the show tomorrow. But on our website, I know we do have this in black and blue, in black and red. But it looks like this black, and I'm going to call it Viper Green. Sounds a little cooler than Lime Green. This one seems to be the popular one, 283008. Sticking with sport luxury or sporty watches from luxury brands, moving from Momo Design to ESQ by Movado. Oh my goodness.
That's such a soft watch to touch everything on it.
Wait till you see the dial. Do you remember how we were talking about how there's two types of people out there? People who think leopard is a neutral and everybody else that I don't want to know? Can we go into this dial? There is an animal print, or I'm calling it an animal print, inside this dial. Okay.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
I thought this was cool when I thought it was just a black dial. We're going to get closer so you can see.
There is leopard spots on that.
Oh my gosh, this is so cute. And that's why it's a ladies' watch. I'm allowed to say it's cute because it's a ladies' watch. If it was a guy's watch, I know I wouldn't be able to say this is so cute.
Then we call it a safari watch.
Okay, yeah, it's an adventure watch.
The adventurer's watch.
Your 42 millimeter ESQ1 by ESQ by Movado. So what are you getting? You are getting a Swiss-made movement inside. Now, Movado is a Swiss-made brand. So here, ESQ Movado is their more affordable brand, but you still get one, Movado quality, the Movado name, except instead of having a full Swiss-made watch, It's a Swiss-made movement inside. But of course, what did we learn in grade school? It's always what's inside that counts. And having the Swiss-made movement is the most important part.
I learned not to eat paste.
Or your crayons. Now, I cannot stop looking at that leopard print dial. I just think it's so much fun. I really, really hope other ladies out there enjoy this as much as I do.
An ESQ watch for under $70 blows my mind, because those were always expensive in the jewelry stores.
I'm putting this on using the silicone strap. Now, the entire watch is wrapped in silicone. Even your stainless steel case has a silicone ring around it. That's why you get this really cool khaki color. Before I show you what the case looks like on my wrist, I want to show you another little bit of customization that I just think is so fun. I'm going to try and keep my wrist right here. Your tongue on the strap has a little notch on it. And then in the keeper, there's a little hole that's been milled out. So that way when you put this watch on your wrist, it stays locked and secure. If you've ever had a strap before where the keeper kept sliding and the strap keeps sticking out, here, it doesn't do that. I just love little details like that. To me, that's what sets apart a watch from other ones. And for $70, remember, you're getting the Movado name here. You're getting a Swiss-made movement inside. On my 6-inch wrist, I have it sized down, and it's not even close to being the tightest closure. So girls, you could easily have a 4 or 5-inch wrist. My God, if you've got a 4-inch wrist, this will still accommodate you. And then, look at how generous it is. You could easily have over an 8-inch wrist. You've got 100 meters of water resistance. Being that this is a fun play watch, go ahead, wear this to the gym, wear this to the beach, hanging out with the kids. We've got it for more than 50% off the list price of $200. 4 payments of just $17.50 gets this watch home. That Movado name for under $20 a month. 277-695.
You go ahead and wear your leopard print watch.
I know, I like that the graphic says brown pattern dial. That just shows me that a man was doing the graphics.
Take a look at what's going to come home to you if you order the Ingersoll Limited Edition Arkansas. You know, Arkansas is one of the only states that has all the natural resources America has to offer.
Really? Mm-hmm. I had no idea.
My son happens to be right now in college in Arkansas, in the middle of nowhere. Well, Searcy, Arkansas. I'm sorry if you're in Searcy, Arkansas, that you should buy a watch. Well, Searcy is a quiet little town. It's kind of like Mayberry. You know, when you're looking at, by the way, I love the box.
I love the box too.
Yeah. And inside is something equally as beautiful, but certainly more practical, and that's a timekeeper.
You can't just wear a box on your wrist.
Well, you could try. Of course, when you realize that it uses the caliber A619 automatic, which is a 20-joule automatic, featuring the day and the month, you're getting a stunning watch. Now, all the Ingersoll watches happen to be limited edition pieces, and that's adding to the value. That's why you're seeing that $430 price point. It really is beautiful. And to realize that you have a multifunction all the way around is going to give you the practicality of a chronograph as well as the functionality of a multifunction, such as having your day and date, because you can see the month right there at the 3 o'clock position, your day at the 9 o'clock, as well as a date complication between the 4 and 5 o'clock.
You know what's great about having a movement like this is because you will sync up your date, your day, and your month, you won't have to change this every month. Like if there's only 30 days in a month, you know how you have to advance your date on most watches? This is a smart movement, if you will, in that you would only ever have to set this on leap years. That's the kind of movement quality that we typically see, like in that Breitling Transocean, where you only have to change it on leap years. Here, for $130, you get that same kind of technology.
And I love the fact through that exhibition back, you're going to be able to see that 20-joule automatic, 100 meters of water resistance. Even though this is a beautiful watch and you wouldn't want to get this leather strap wet, if you did get pushed in the pool or caught in the rain, isn't it great to know that your watch is still protected with 100 meters of water resistance? Beautiful dial, not just by day, but also by night. Look at this.
This Arkansas, of all the Ingersolls we've been airing on our shows for the past month, the Arkansas collection is definitely my favorite.
Look at the size of the buckle on there. I mean, it's like a belt buckle.
I like the strap a lot.
Yeah, everything about this is just hearty and American, and it just feels like...
If you love your country, you'll love this watch.
This watch. God bless America. Folks, this watch truly, I mean, Friends and family, we've only got moments left before we start reviewing and heading out of the program. This is our last watch that we're being able to present to you right now. And you have to understand that this watch is going to have its roots back to the Ingersoll brothers and their catalog from 1882 when they first started selling stuff from their catalog. By 1892, they were selling watches for just $1. And for just a little bit more, you're going to get one of these great Ingersoll watches, $129.99, or to make it easy, $32.50, your first of 4 stress-free, interest-free payments. We're delighted to be offering the limited edition Arkansas Automatic Multifunction 281786.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, like all good things, this too must come to an end, but we will be back out here again tomorrow with a brand new lineup, and the lineup from today will still be available tomorrow. You have actually until Sunday, midnight Eastern Standard Time, to be able to get all of these prices and the stress-free payments. So while we do see some things with limited quantity and certain things obviously sell out during the shows, you do have a little bit of time to make your decisions. But of course, you always want to make sure you get it before Sunday night at midnight, so that way you still get it with the TV price and the stress-free payment option. We are going to start a recap now. This is where we start with the #1 seller of the show, and we trickle down until we say goodbye. So your new #1 seller is...
Dun, dun, dun.
My hot pick. I upstaged the Breitling Wiley's top pick.
But it's because it's at a great price.
Absolutely. Oh my gosh. Talking about $1 a minute ago, with this stress-free payment option, you are just a hair over $1 a day with purchasing the Carry Crystal. 257139. It's a 37mm case, all done in beautiful mirror-polished rose tone. You've got a genuine mother-of-pearl dial on there and stunning crystal details. You've got crystals underneath the crystal, actually on the mother-of-pearl dial, around the bezel, and down the outer edges of the rose tone bracelet. As an added bonus, you also get 50 meters of water resistance. 257139. Congratulations, ladies, to all of you who picked up this stunner.
Right behind that is one of our favorite watches, and that's the Swiss Legend Abisos Automatic. If you're looking for a dive watch, well, you have found it, but not just a dive watch, a deep dive watch. Not only do you have that unirotating bezel, but you also have 1,000 meters of water resistance within that watch. And you know I love the one with the pops of yellow on it because it just seems so nautical to me when you add that nautical yellow to the watch. 19 millimeters thick. That tells you this watch is a serious dive instrument, and it's designed to go to the ocean depths. You're also going to love the Super Luminova is in such heavy-handedness on that watch, you're going to be able to see it from a mile away. 274853 will get you the Swiss Legend Abisos Automatic, and it is a stunner. Consult our website. There's other varieties of that watch. I'm sure we have just the right one for you.
$2 a day for a Swiss-made automatic.
Speaking of Breitling, you do not want this to get away from you. It should have been the #1 seller. So go ahead, Mr. Collector, Miss Collector. You still have time to get the Breitling Chronomat 44. It has the B04 GMT movement, which is the Breitling B01 with a GMT. It also has 200 meters of water resistance. It's a certified chronometer, 47 joule automatic sapphire crystal, all Swiss made. It's a Breitling. What more do you need to know other than the fact it's normally $10,000, and you're going to be able to get it at the wow price of $8,000 at midnight on Sunday. But before then, go ahead and jump on board. There's just a handful of these left, $5,499.99. That is all you pay to get this Breitling home, brand new in the box with the papers. Will guarantee lowest price on the planet.
Next up from TW Steel, 282947. This is a 48mm case, all blacked out with those pops of mirror-polished gold tone. This features a Citizen Miyota quartz chronograph movement inside. Remember, that 6 o'clock subdial, that is your continuous running seconds, also functions for your chronographs. You have a really cool advanced movement technology in there. You also have 100 meters of water resistance. It's nearly $1,000 list price, and yet for you, under $200. But I always say go for the stress-free payments. 282947. Coming up right after that, Swiss-made beauty from EBEL. This is the X1 collection. 34mm case, Swiss-made 3-hand quartz movement inside date window at the 6 o'clock position. You have all silver tone here. Complements of highlights and brushing really make this an elegant watch. And you know what's amazing? Using our full TV price here of $800, you could buy 4 with us and still have $100 left over as compared to buying one at retail for $2,500. 5 payments of $160, $284, $279.
Nobody is more original than Sterling, and they certainly have come with a great watch with the Aqua Diver Automatic. You're going to love the Quartermaster. It really has that great look to it, not just in that 3-hand configuration, the hour, the minute, and that unusual small second style that looks like a compass star, but also that date complication at the 3 o'clock position. You're going to love this automatic, never having to buy a battery, and it's in a bold design, all the way down to that beautiful black silicone strap. 272269 will get this Sterling original home to you. And do not forget the Black Magic, this one, that one, all those other names attached. There is a lot of names on this. It's the UBEL Big Bang King Black Magic Automatic. This is a watch that normally sells for $17,000. The fact that you're able to get it at this price is an absolute steal at $86.99. You are getting a ceramic titanium case. You're getting their proprietary movement with 300 meters of water resistance within that case, all Swiss-made sapphire crystal. And you have that beautiful look. And the name, UBEL. It is a pinnacle piece, 278496. Go ahead and get that home.
39mm diamond ceramica, 3 carats of diamonds. This is an amazing deal here. Ladies, you put $100 down on any major credit card, and we ship you a 3-carat diamond and ceramic watch. Who needs a man?
You've been watching Swiss Watch International's World of Watches. We'll be joining you tomorrow at this same time, same channel. See you then.
Bye, guys.